Board of Trustees. And we have a lengthy statement about public comment and members wishing to address the board. I will read that out at some length when we get to the public comment section. Again, when we get into any agenda items that we anticipate a large amount of public comment. And let us begin this session with a roll call, please.
Student Trustee Nori.
Here.
Trustee Dubois.
Here.
Trustee Ginn.
Here.
Trustee Stevenson.
Here.
Trustee Thompson.
Here.
President Sarver.
Here.
The quorum is present.
Thank you. We move on to the approval of the agenda, and I believe Trustee Ginn, you had a couple of changes you wanted to recommend.
Yes, I have two requested changes to the agenda. First, I request to move the discussion item of the COVID-19 update to be between items 8 and 9. That is to follow the superintendent's recognition, but I guess to follow the special recognition. And my second request is to switch the order of the information items. So with those two changes, I would make a motion to approve, but leaving open if others wish to make additional changes. If there are no others, I ask for a second.
I will second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, the agenda is approved as amended. All right, and the report out on closed session. In closed session, the board took action on two items, both by a unanimous vote. The board approved the public employee discipline dismissal release adoption of resolution number 1681, non-reemployment of probationary certificated employees, and adoption of resolution number 1682, release of and non-reemployment of temporary certificated employees. And that was the action for closed session. The board will return to closed session following the end of our open session tonight to complete another item. That brings us to agenda item 7, the approval of the consent agenda. And
I move to approve.
so board action to approve the following items is taken simultaneously with one motion, which is not debatable and requires a unanimous roll call vote for passage. The action indicated on each item is deemed to have been considered in full, and action taken is worded therein. If a member of the board, the superintendent, or the public so requests, any item shall be removed from this section and placed on the regular order of business. The motion would be to waive the reading of the consent agenda, accept the reports, adopt the resolutions, and approve other items. I currently see several attendee hands have been raised. If the hands are raised for this item, please leave them up. Otherwise, please take them down. If anybody does have a request to make on the consent agenda, I will call on you. I see one hand still up of Rachel Andres. Is that for something on the consent agenda? And if so, nope. Okay, that hand was taken down. We will welcome your hands up when we are looking for public comment at other times later on. I have now seen another hand go up from Alicia Lopez. And again, I wonder, is that to do with the consent agenda? And if the hand remains up, then a member of the public can request a change. So if we could unmute Ms. Lopez on this topic. All right, Ms. Lopez, are you there and unmuted and ready to let us know about this? Okay, now unmuted. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes. Do you wish to
Hola.
remove an item for discussion?
No,
Okay. Okay.
no,
then-
por ahorita tenía problemas para estar escuchando y conectarme. Pero está bien, no tengo por ahorita.
All right. Do we have our translation in place currently? Okay,
Yes,
so
we
that is not a comment about pulling something from the consent agenda. So we'll move on with the consent agenda item now. Is there a motion for approval?
So Carrie made a motion and I will second it.
Okay, and that is to be done by a roll call vote, Ms. Louise.
Student trustee Nori,
Yes.
trustee Dubois,
Yes.
trustee Ginn,
Yes.
trustee Stevenson,
Yes.
trustee Thompson,
Yes.
President Sarver.
Yes.
Motion carried, 5 yeas and no nays.
Okay, thank you. This brings us along to the superintendent recognitions, always one of our favorite parts of the agenda.
Definitely. And although I am going to hand it over to Principal Priest in a few minutes, I decided to sneak in a special recognition. So I must say, I get a lot of emails, as you all can imagine. And I get a lot of emails from Tony Thurman at the state level. Seems normal. But when I get this email regarding one of our students, in particular, our student trustee, Mr. Nori, I was so excited to open and read it. And it is acknowledging SAVIC's award for the California high school students for the 2021 U.S. Senate Youth Program. And so I just wanted to say a big old congratulations to you and this absolutely marvelous achievement. And it was such a delight to receive this email.
Thank you so much.
Okay, moving on. Sorry, Sean, I didn't want to steal any thunder. We have also additional fabulous students and staff to recognize from Sequoia High School. So Principal Priest, take it away.
Thank you, Superintendent Leach. I still have, after 7 years, have a hard time not chuckling when I hear the words Principal Priest. It's just a funny set of syllables. The word of the month at Sequoia is endure. If you've been reading my emails, you've heard me use it again and again. And when I talk about endure, I'm talking about the sacrifices that we've had the fortitude to endure, what things will endure despite or because of the challenges we're facing together during this era, what imprint the actions of our community will endure in perpetuity on not only our institution, but also on our community. So it's in the spirit of the word endure that I present the recognitions from Sequoia this month. Our first recognition that I want to share is the form of a spotlight shined on Elisa Telesnik. Elisa Telesnik, who among the many hats that she wears, this year expertly coordinated our WASC midterm accreditation last month. Well, no, it was this month. It feels like last month, but it was this month that it happened. The WASC visiting team left us this year with 8 commendations and no recommendations, which is as close to acing the test with a WASC visit as you can have. We were lauded among other things, for the depth and sophistication and ambition of our action plan. The stellar teaching and learning observed by the visiting team was recognized. And it was recognized not only as being high quality, engaging, but also consistent in practice with the equity that we preach. Elisa led a broad effort to involve stakeholders from across the community in the process of doing a midterm WASC. She might have been hamstrung by the limitations of a virtual circumstance, but she was undeterred in producing a high quality written report and orchestrating a meaningful visit for our visiting team. Her work will endure in the action steps that will continue to propel Sequoia forward towards its aspirational instructional vision of equity in access and equity in outcomes. So my first recognition is for Elisa Telesnik. Thank you for everything that you did over the last year to get us here. And for my next set of recognitions, I want to start with a quick anecdote. I met last night at length with members of our Alumni Association, as I do once a month. They were eager, as always, to hear about the ways in which we were honoring the legacy that they held. There was one member in particular from the class of 1968 who shared with me how his generation changed the world. For my next recognition, I'd like to talk about some students who I think have embodied not only the legacy of this one proud alumni, but have inspired me over the course of this year in advocating for strong community, social justice, student and staff wellness, and of course, Sequoia's special sauce, the tradition that holds us together over the decades and centuries, Unalii. These are the students who I wake up and think about because they've stood out in representing a whole bunch of other students who have been absolutely awesome this year. So I'm recognizing these students on behalf of all Sequoia students in this extraordinary year who have 100% stepped up and gotten us through this, whether it's been engaging and motivating their classmates during class, leading strong advocacy campaigns with the administration or with staff to help us understand what matters to them and how our priorities should be set, whether it's through advocating for their own wellness and mental health, and whether it's been going face-to-face with our teachers and staff to talk about those very issues. They've represented themselves assertively, they've represented themselves respectfully, and they've, I think, only strengthened the dialogue that we enjoy as a community. So it is because of these students, and the ones who have joined us tonight are Paul Graff, Isabella DeGrande, Jake DeTargiani, and I've got Sophia Rivera and Mia Terzic, Elisa Segala, AKA Kermit the Frog in a cowboy hat. And of course, I cannot forget everyone's favorite, Barbara Saros, who's with us as well, our ninth grader in the group. And I think it's safe to say that because of these students, and again, this is a mere fraction of those who have influenced and shaped the school this year, but much of what my alumni friend remembers about his time will continue to endure at Sequoia. It's because of them, at times, my colleagues and I have been able to endure over the course of this difficult year. This is a special group of students. They're a part of a special era in education, and the stories that they tell about this time, stories about lifting one another up, stories about bringing out the best in us all, these stories will endure because of them. So I want to recognize these great students on behalf of all Sequoia students this year tonight at the board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Priest. And if I could have a second to just say a few words. So I can't be recognized for my advocacy without presenting something that I want to advocate for. So I know a lot of seniors among all schools right now are feeling a lot of pressure because we're nearing the end of our senior year and it's been a year like no other. We're in the middle of a pandemic, we're at home in front of our computers literally all the time. And that really sucks. So something that I've personally been really struggling with is the notion of doing IB exams in the end of the year. And I know my frustrations are shared with a lot of my fellow students. And I don't want to take a lot of your guys' time. So I'm just going to say I have a presentation where I've compiled a lot of the worries and thoughts of seniors that I would be willing to share with anyone that wants to listen. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you so much for listening to me, guys.
Do some of the others have some comments they would like to add?
Just to say thank you, Mr. Priest. I really do appreciate that. Currently, like as ASB president, I know there's a lot of different struggles, but I know I couldn't be here without my board, and I have a lot of my board members, and Alicia is also a part of ASB, hopefully ASB president next year. I do advocate for you. But yeah, thank you so much. I agree with Paul. There are a lot of worries and concerns regarding IB tests specifically that we would love to address. So anyone who would like to listen, we also did make a consensus form from the students to fill out. And so far we have about 130 responses, and about 126 of those do say, no, I do not feel prepared. So just to give a little insight to our data so far. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you to the board and Mr. Priest. We're just trying to advocate for our students, our classmates, and make distance learning better. So thank you for the recognition.
Yeah, thank you guys for the recognition. I really appreciate it. And, you know, we're always here to help because that's what we want to do. We want to better our community. So thank you guys for giving us this opportunity to use our voices and speak out.
Yeah, and then I'd just like to reiterate kind of what everybody else said, but we're really grateful to be able to be a part of the Sequoia community. And all we really want in the end is just to make it awesome. And we really love everybody, and we want to make sure all of our fellow peers, no matter what school they go to, are advocated for. So yeah, thank you.
Well, I would like to thank Mr. Priest for bringing this selection of students to us. And I want to certainly thank you all for the advocacy work and the deep engagement in the quality of your education and the quality of the experience of your peers that you're showing. And I think the entire board would be very pleased to receive an electronic transmission of any presentation that you've got. I assume Mr. Priest is already pretty well aware of much of what you would have to advocate about, and won't be surprised when we all get excited and come back and ask to talk to him about it. But we would love to see that and share the benefit of your advocacy. So thank you. The engagement of our students across the district is one of the essential joys and rewards that the board has in our work, and the manner in which students come before us and advocate for positive change is one of the strongest measures of the quality of what goes on in the district, and is one of the strongest representations of the tremendous quality of the students that come through our district. So this is a very exciting recognition, and we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, thanks to Trustee Ginn's recommendation, we are going to be changing things around a bit. And that does impact a bit of student input right away. Trustee Nori will have to wait a little bit and then give you a little bit more time to formulate your rebuttal to all of the nice things that Interim Superintendent Leach had to say about you earlier. So let's go on to our COVID-19 update.
Okay, great, thank you. Let me share my screen. Okay, let me move everybody around. Okay, good evening. So this is our COVID update, our second COVID update for the month of February. I wanted to provide everyone an update regarding vaccines. I'm sure we have all heard on the news that educators are now able to get vaccinated. And one of the several programs that Sequoia is trying to share with all staff is the partnership with the San Mateo County Office of Education, and also with a shared partnership with the San Mateo County Health Office. And what that was the San Mateo County Office of Ed took all of the districts, there's around 26 of us, and they prioritize them based off of the amount of their unduplicated counts. So that's free and reduced, our foster youth, and a couple other categories of students that we have. And based off of that, they break it further into 4 tiers, and that is special education staff that is currently working with student, staff that is currently working with students, support staff that does not interact with students, and then staff that is working still remotely. So the program did get started today. The county health office is sent out some invitations, I believe, earlier this week. Sequoia district does sit about middle as far as the ranking of all of the 26 districts. We only at that first invitation got only 24 invites. So it's definitely slow to start, but San Mateo County Health was able to secure additional vaccines. So an additional 400 invitations are going out to our staff in that priority of staff working with students currently for an opportunity to be vaccinated this Friday. So that's very exciting to hear. It does seem that we are out of the 1A and the 1B priority list for all of the districts within San Mateo County. There's about 4,500 names on there, and they're at 3,500 after this Friday. So they are moving through these priority lists quite quickly. That will continue to increase as we gain partnerships with Kaiser, Sutter Health, and other partnerships throughout San Mateo County, along with what the state is offering out at the Coliseum for educational staff to be vaccinated. So it is very exciting. It's very moving to have staff send pictures. I've been receiving pictures of staff that have been vaccinated, and it just really shows kind of an end to what a crazy and very emotionally draining and trying year for both our students, our families, and definitely our staff. So there's more to come on vaccines. Again, it's just ramping up. So as the state secures more vaccines, we hope to be able to vaccinate more and more of our staff weekly. So just to briefly revisit the dashboard review. So out of the 25 items that are within the review, we've completed 16. 6 of those 9 outstanding items are near completion, and there's been significant progress made of the 3 remaining outstanding items. So just to highlight and talk a little bit more about those items, again, we are almost completed with the ventilation upgrades. Probably the next time you see this, that will be completed. I'm just waiting for confirmations that the personal air purifiers have been added to classrooms and common areas where we needed them to meet the CDC and the ASHRAE recommended air exchanges per hour. So that again is definitely near completion. The COVID staff training is also near completion. We have pushed out reminders through our target solution system for staff to be able to go on there and review our Cal OSHA documents and other safety protocols, along with some training videos as well for staff around the safety and health that the district has completed for a return. Labor agreements for hybrid learning model, again, near completion, and I do have an update about that later in the presentation. Student return survey. it's near completion, but I'm not so sure with the current model that we're going to be doing if we actually will have to survey students again. So most likely that is going to be completed. We were able to gather a significant amount of information from the survey that we gave in December, and then also most recently, very recently, the survey related to the LCAP. Again, student education, as we gear up for a return, we will be pushing out more information to students regarding COVID resources, what returning to campus would look like, what the expectations are around safety, mask wearing, distancing, and so forth, hand washing. And then the daily health screening for students, that's more of just an upload from our student information system to cross that over. And so there's just a few steps left for that. And then again, with lunch and breaks, planning for that as students return. So I am pleased to announce that the district, in collaboration with SDTA, has reached a preliminary agreement, and there is a plan to resume in-person instruction on April 5th. So there will be more information released to families as it comes in. There is still a ratification process and some other internal processes that will happen over the next few days to a week, and I will release information as soon as I am able to do so. So tied into the reopening plan update. So as you all aware of, we submitted our reopening plan in December. And then with the new regulation that came out in mid-January, we are required to fold in schedules. And a lot of the schedules and the language around the areas that are planned needed more information around, was really tied to what we were working through in negotiations. So I will be able to fold that in, and very easily I will be able to fold that in and submit it to the county for approval. Again, we have been working all along with the county, so it won't come to a surprise. There's nothing that we're not aware of on why our plan would not be approved. And so I know, there's kind of like, so I've thrown April 5th at you, but I also know that, there's still some inquiries about summer. We will have a plan for what summer will look like. That should be coming to the board most likely the end of March or first part of April. So we are working out budget around that to make sure that we can offer the most expansive summer school that probably the district has offered before, both, hopefully in person and or online. And then as well as we are planning for the fall already. So with health and safety constantly changing, and we're not really sure what the fall looks like. We have all this great news, the vaccines, and and then the health and safety standards that the district has met. We still are unsure what that looks like around health and safety, social distancing more so for the fall. So what we'll be doing is creating different scenarios so that we can make sure that we get ahead of that. So as we receive those notifications, we're able to react and hopefully start fall on time and in person. Just a reminder that the first superintendent office hours is scheduled for tomorrow. It's from 6 to 7:30 via Zoom. I believe that you can find the link on our website. I have shared the link as I have responded to parent emails. It's also on our Facebook page as well. So I will be answering the questions that came through from the last board meeting, as well as questions that were sent to me from the Reopen SUHSD group that were also sent to me. And then the audience will also have an opportunity to ask any additional questions. All questions and answers, whether I'm able to answer them at that time, or possibly if I have to get back or we run out of time, will be posted on our website. Questions, Board of Trustees?
Okay, so I would ask whether any board members have specific clarifying questions that they need to ask before we accept public comment on this topic and then move into our further internal discussion of it. And I'm seeing some hands go up. Okay, student trustee Norrie.
Yeah, so I feel like this might have been purposely left out, but could you talk a little bit more about what the plan or what like in a return to school would look like as of now?
So I'm not sure what specifically that you're asking outside of the target date that we reached late yesterday. More will come on the actual details of what that will look like. We know that we have the concurrent learning model, but how students are broken up and what those schedules will look like we'll need a few weeks to plan that out.
Okay, so the model that we're using there is some sort of live streaming where half the people are in person, the other half, or like some around are on Zoom.
Correct.
Okay, and Carrie?
Thanks. So the question I have is about vaccinations for our educators. So I'm hearing from some people that it's really easy, that you can make an appointment and go to Oakland very easily, and or SFO, but I'm hearing from others that we do have a vaccination shortage. So I think the expectation for some of our community members is that everybody's going to be vaccinated in a week or two. So what is the reality of vaccinations, and how easy is it for all of our educators to get that shot?
It's easy for some and not so easy for others. If you are in person and currently working with students, whether that be a cohort or some districts that are actually back for in-person, they have priority within our county. But again, as the county receives more vaccinations, they're able to burn through the priority list. The website for Oakland, I have heard a tremendous amount of success stories. I have not been successful with the website. I know others who have not been successful with the website. One of the benefits that we got when we started enrolling with or partnering with San Mateo County Office of Health is because they have a limited amount of appointments. The email that I pushed out to staff, I asked them to respond to us if they were able to get vaccinated somewhere else, or if they had an appointment to get vaccinated somewhere else. So then we could free up that appointment then to send to another staff member, since we only get an allotted amount. And what we found was we have a lot of staff that either have appointments or have currently been vaccinated. So again, that was really exciting. You know, when I talked to Superintendent McGee earlier today, she was not anticipating the additional vaccines available for Friday. So it is literally moments notice and the invitations go out. And so again, they have been the County Office of Health has had meetings with Kaiser and is partnering with other providers to increase the opportunity for our staff to get vaccinated.
Shanice?
Yes, I have a question. And Crystal, I don't know if you answered this question, so I'm sorry if I'm asking you to repeat it, but thinking about the communities that North Fair Oaks, East Menlo Park, well, not East Menlo Park, Bellhaven is what it's called now, in East Palo Alto. I know that our community, particularly East Palo Alto, I know our numbers are different than some other communities. And so are you addressing that with County Office of Ed? Like, I know that there's an equity task force regarding equitable distribution of vaccinations, and also not looking at just teachers, but also areas that are most impacted. Can you talk a little bit about that in this plan?
So the conversation is definitely starting. Specifics about outside of staff hasn't really been shared, but I do have an inquiry into Superintendent McGee about how we can partner to get some of these higher positive rate areas vaccinated outside of just our educational staff members and leaders within those communities, to also assist some of those families as well.
Thank you.
And Chris.
Just a quick, I have one question, but before that, I guess I want to recognize that these negotiations must have been horribly difficult, and the good faith and good work on the district side and the union side is really worth recognizing. My question for Crystal is, I imagine you're starting to contemplate the process for applying, for parents and students applying who choose not to come back to school for underlying health conditions or whatever. Has that been articulated yet, or is that something we'll see in the next couple of weeks? And what might be the parents and students' time frame for making those decisions?
So you will see how that process works out over the next couple of weeks. At first glance, since this is a phased-in approach for all students, it does appear, again, at first glance, that all students who wish to return will be able to do so. Now, that won't be Monday through Friday. Those are dependent on numbers and so forth as that is scaled up. And then absolutely our families who do not wish to return will be able to continue in 100% distance learning.
Okay. So I'm going to hold my comments for our second bite of the apple after we've had a chance to hear public comment on this item. I see 5 hands up already, and I expect more to be going up. So I'd like to make a couple of comments while those hands are going up, and then invite the public to join in. I want to start a little bit by framing our conversation tonight in an extraordinary event that happened over the past week or so, which is that the school board in the Oakley district was caught on live mic making incredibly disparaging comments about their constituents and resulted in the entire board resigning eventually. And my reaction, and I believe the reaction of everybody I'm aware of on our board and throughout our district leadership, was just incredible shock at what those people did. And the shock was because our board could not imagine harboring those kinds of disparaging perspectives on our constituents and our stakeholders in the district, let alone unleashing them in public or when we thought perhaps nobody was listening. This has been a time of incredible frustration, anger, pain, suffering, and many members, many stakeholders in our district have felt the need to speak out. And a lot of that sometimes gets directed as anger at leadership or at people that are perceived as opponents in moving the district forward in the way that individuals want to move it. But overwhelmingly, our community engages with a great deal of respect and responsibility to the community. That has been the way it has gone in long sessions of public comment, in lots of correspondence that we have fielded. We've been able to detect anger and frustration, but what's consistently been there has been a collaborative sense of what can we do to help move forward. With the announcement as part of this presentation of a firmly committed date for staff and students to be back on our campuses, we are looking at the largest single step forward that we've been able to engineer over the past year. This is something that everybody has been deeply, deeply engaged in. And the nature of all negotiations are that you go and go with your collaborative partner until you get to a point where both sides are equally frustrated by how much they have not gotten on their side of the negotiation. And then there's an agreement that the negotiation is balanced. There are going to be many who have concerns about one side or the other of what has been negotiated here. And there is still an approval period for the faculty, the staff of the district, before the negotiation can be finalized. But there is agreement between the negotiating teams that we've gotten that balance. So that's the framework within which we're talking about next steps forward. So with that, I will ask that our speakers, who may still be angry, may still be frustrated, may still have concerns about how well their needs are being met, continue to approach us in positive, collaborative ways that help us be able to continue to act effectively on behalf of those requests. And as I've heard more than one member of our staff say, if it really is going to help you feel better to get some of that anger and frustration off of your chest, we're big enough to take that too. But we're all here trying to work with you and for you to make those things happen. So what we do with public comment is that we ask for everybody who does want to speak on this topic to raise their hands right away so that we can get a count and a list of who is commenting. And then the board will determine. Normally, we allow speakers to have 3 minutes and a total for a given topic to be 10 minutes. And with 19 hands and climbing up there now, 3 minutes apiece would be over an hour. So the board can decide to limit speakers to 2 minutes or even 1 minute to ensure that as many speakers as want to be heard can be heard. So we are hovering at about 20. And at this point, you can see the list of blue hands at the top of the attendees page. And I'll ask our clerk and superintendent and Ms. Polito to be taking the list down of who you see now. And currently there are 21. The bottom on my list is Miriam Magana. And I will ask the board on the basis of 21 speakers if there is a preference for extending the time to allow 3 minutes for all speakers, to set it for 2 minutes and hold it to about 40 minutes of total speech, or set it to 1 minute for about 20 minutes of total speech.
I think I'd go for minute 30, Alan. I think we should make sure we take a picture of the list because we have problems sometimes with people put their hand down and put it back up and the list changes. So if we have a recorder who can take a picture of the list and then that'll be the final list, or if we have some other process just to make sure, because I know we missed a person in the past. And my proposal will be minute 30, but I'm open to hearing others' opinions.
I agree with a minute 30, but I hate cutting it off just at the beginning because I know it takes, for some people are not used to speaking out at public board meetings. And I wouldn't mind hearing a few more, so maybe a minute for each speaker and allow for 30 speakers so that some people that need a little bit more time can be putting their thoughts together.
Well,
I'd support a
anybody-
minute per speaker and just say we're going to limit it 30 speakers. And we just do the first 30.
I'm good with that.
Okay. That's 3 of us. Okay, so a minute and a half this evening and up to 30.
So I want to be clear, who's writing down the names? I know I wrote down some because I want people to be able to speak, but who's writing down the names?
I have all the names down right now for the hands
Carrie,
up.
did you say a minute or a minute 30 per person?
A minute 30.
I thought Carrie said a minute at 30. Did you say minute 30 for 30?
Yeah.
So 45 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Loise, since you have taken those notes, why don't you call on the people for us?
All righty. Abigail is the first person.
Hi, my name is Abby Corman. First, I want to start saying I very much appreciate Board Member Sarver's comments. I did see what happened at that other board, and to have you address that, frankly, I very much appreciate. I've been a community member, teacher, nonprofit worker for the past 10 years, and I just have a few questions. I'm wondering, first, will Superintendent Leach's slideshow be added to the board docs as it's not currently there, and I'd like to refer to it in the future? I'm wondering, how many days do you anticipate a student will be on campus in this new plan between April 5th and June 5th, if you had to guess? My guess is about 10 times. And so I'm wondering, what does the board feel students will gain by being on campus? Maybe 10 times in the next 4 months, still learning on their computers, still wearing a mask, and still staying 6 feet apart the entire time. To me, it still feels like distance learning. My last comment is that the science behind the tiers has not changed. Only politics and legislation has, and I'm hurt that after the district told us in December we wouldn't go back into the building until we were in the yellow tier, we're now being told we'd go in the red.
Okay, next speaker is, and I might say your name wrong, Ahaza. She's moved around. Ahaza McFadden.
Hi there. My name is Aja McFadden, and I am a teacher at Menlo Atherton High School. My top priority is to work together as a whole team to meet students' environmental or emotional and educational needs. I want to clearly and publicly express my opposition to the current reopening plan, in which some students will Zoom into classes from home and some will Zoom into classes from school. This plan means that students will still be receiving Zoom classes as the only means of instruction, but now students both at home and in person cannot see my face because I'm wearing a mask. They will also hear noise from the ventilator systems, as well as feedback from the other students in the room who are Zooming from there. Besides these huge concerns, this plan takes away one of the main positive aspects of Zoom teaching, which is my ability to put students into individual breakout rooms and confidentially check in with them about school, life, and also to help them get connected to support services that they might need. While this plan aims to restore personal connections, it will actually result in the opposite. I am strongly urging you to reconsider the current reopening plan, which would actually reduce meaningful interactions and lessen the quality of instruction. Thank you so much for listening.
Isabel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so my name is Isabel Stood. I'm a junior at Menlo Atherton High School. And I have two questions relating to this. The first one is several states, including North Carolina and Washington, have a plan to do some form of summer school for students to make up for lost learning time. And I'm wondering if there's any plan to do that currently with our district, something I'm strongly opposed to, and I think is generally unfair to students to make them spend their whole summer on Zoom just because it didn't work out to do in-person teaching. And then my next question is, what is the board and the district doing to address the mental health crisis students are facing right now? I mean, suicide rates in teens are skyrocketing, and quite frankly, I don't think the board is doing enough. And they need to do more. Like students' lives are at risk, and I feel like no one's really doing anything. And then finally, my last question is more related to grade inflation. Something I've noticed just looking at data is many students, as I think, there's some grade issues going on. And especially when we go back to class, I think many students who have adjusted to learning on Zoom are going to have and I'm very pro going back to school, but I think students are going to have a very hard time adjusting to doing in-person school again. And this will really hurt their grades, even when they've already worked so hard for more than half of a semester. Thank you.
Andy Robinson.
All right. This presentation has been absolutely shocking, and I got to get straight to the point because I have a minute and 30 seconds. It's another reflection of the deep systemic racism that exists within our district, that has existed within our district for decades, that necessitated the creation of a small school in East Palo Alto, tailor-made to serving the needs of our community. The fact that our superintendent just gave a presentation about reopening without acknowledging or having a specific set plan to help our community, where the numbers are disproportionate in extreme ways, where our students are losing family members every week. And we have a set date to return that's not data driven, that's not driven by the science, that's driven by certain pressure, political pressure and otherwise, that is putting our students, our families, and our staff at risk. I worry so much about the mental and the physical health of my students every single moment of every single day. I wonder what it would mean if they accidentally infected one of their teachers who's been supporting them through all of this and then might be gone in a few weeks based on rash decisions. The fact that the board member who represents our community asked about the specific parts of the plan to address our community, and we're at the earlier stages of figuring that out when we have a set date to return. It's another reflection of the systemic racism that necessitated the creation of our school.
Marilyn Travis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Marilyn Travis, and I speak tonight on behalf of many staff, families, and students of East Palo Alto Academy, and as a resident of East Palo Alto. I'm a teacher at EPAA, and first, let me make abundantly clear that we long for our school to reopen, but only when it is safe for all students. Today, I was made aware of that SUHSD schools are to reopen April 5th at 25% capacity, immediately following a week-long spring break. It's tempting to believe that reopening schools is safe, especially since San Mateo County is now in the red tier. However, when we look closer at citywide, aka granular data, the evidence clearly shows that there are glaring inequities within our own county that must be taken into account. Atherton currently has an infection rate of 2%, Belmont, 3%, North Fair Oaks, 11.5%, EPA, 14%. East Palo Alto has an infection rate that is 7 times higher than Atherton. Not only are we experiencing higher infection rates, but we are also seeing lower vaccination rates. Atherton currently has a vaccination rate of 35%, Belmont, 19%, North Fair Oaks, 9%, EPA, 7%. The decision to return to school is not only inequitable, but also racist and irresponsible. And I would like to ask the board to reconsider their decision to reopen schools. Our students, families, and communities deserve so much better.
Katrina Rubenstein.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I can't get my video on, so you're going to see my dog. I'm Katrina Rubenstein. I'm a counselor at Woodside High School. I've been in the district now for 9 years, and I've been in education for over 16, and I'm a fourth generation educator. I've got to say that this year has been the most demoralizing in education I've ever experienced, and I've even, as a student, lived through a school shooting. So I think that should say a lot. When I'm hearing about the schools reopening and the plan to have students Zoom in from a classroom or Zoom in from home, I don't understand how that is solving any of the questions or concerns that people are bringing up regarding mental health concerns regarding students. Especially working as a counselor, this is what I do every day, and I'm trying to help students that are in crisis. And we have students that cannot come onto campus because their families are sick. They're working full time now to support their parents. I feel like it's inequitable to say that some are going to be allowed and some are who can't, or just going to get the same education that they're currently getting. And we're still not solving the problem of mental health support. Right now, we have mental health support provided through our foundation, but not all the schools do, which is also inequitable. So I'm hoping that the board is going to look at this as a chance to make some positive changes, not just for now, but for the future, because these mental health challenges are going to be ongoing. It's not just during the COVID crisis. Thank you.
Leah Thomas.
All right. Hello.
Oh.
Hi. All right. I am a teacher at Sequoia High School. And if some of my students are still here, then hello. You know that I always think about you first, my students. And I am a biology teacher. I'm an IB biology teacher. I'm an AVID teacher. And so I get the full spectrum of students from different communities all across Redwood City and San Carlos. And one of the things that I want to echo that I've heard from my fellow teachers and union members is that there is a distinct lack of equity in the access that students are going to have in terms of who is being allowed to come back to school, whose parents are pushing for this return to school, is not even across all the lines of people who are coming back to our schools on April 5th. I also wonder about what the plan was previously, and when it used to be about returning during the yellow tier, and now we've moved to red tier or purple tier being okay to open schools. And I also wonder if we are letting go of some of the things that we have been doing successfully. I know that for myself and for many of my fellow teachers and students, we are now starting to feel successful in this weird distance learning situation. And as we get put back into the classroom on a part-time basis, we are now being asked to reinvent the wheel again. And I worry that we're going to be losing, like other teachers said, some of the small gains and successes we've made so far. Thank you.
Miss Allison Mock.
I don't see her name anymore, Shanice.
She's still there. She's still there.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Allison Mock, and I speak on behalf of EPAA. I'd like to welcome Ms. Stevenson to the board and thank them for addressing the needs of our EPA community. In the city of East Palo Alto, there has been 14% confirmed cases according to San Mateo County Health data. In Atherton, 2% of confirmed cases. How many people in Atherton have gotten vaccines? 35%. EPA, 7%. We have heard that individual schools cannot be treated differently. While other communities may feel safe coming back, in our EPA community is absolutely not safe. As the board, you have the duty and obligation to consider all communities that is within this school district. Our students and families were not represented in the LCAP survey data. A decision that benefits a specific group of parents should not have a negative impact on marginalized communities. This is why our school was created, due to students in our community not being served. That would be an ongoing act of racial inequity that has created the disparities that already exist. There's been a big push for socialization, but our students are more resilient than we know. They have been able to survive and navigate during these difficult times of distance learning. How many deaths will you accept as collateral for your 2 months of school? Can you live with that? Because we can't. Our students and our families are worth more. You may choose not to stand up for them, but EPA will. If we start in April, there will only be 2 months of school left. If there is even one student or staff member death, their death will be on your hands. When you declare that we need to reopen and you do not allow staff members choice, once again, you are sending the very strong message to us that our lives are expendable. We are asking you to reconsider the reopening plans, for it is much too soon and is not safe for our community. We are asking you to join the side of standing up for equity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Chris Beatley Hagler. Hopefully I said your name right.
That was pretty good, Ms. Stevens. I appreciate it. Yeah, my name is Chris Beatley Hagler. I'm a teacher at Redwood High School. I appreciate the time to speak with you all. I want to echo a lot of the things that Ms. Travis and Ms. Mock have said. The first message is that we cannot accept the increased risk for some communities to accommodate the desires of others. I've been excited and encouraged by the board's repeated commitments to equity. They've made strides in that direction, and I am, however, concerned that this current model is at odds with a true commitment to equity. We need to look at the specific data in the specific communities we serve rather than looking at the countywide data. This is relatively easy to disaggregate, as Ms. Travis and Ms. Mock have pointed out. Infection rates in part of our communities are 7 times higher than in others. Rates of vaccinations are 5 times higher. So it is not appropriate to treat all members of our community as saying that we are in the quote unquote red, because a lot of people are living in the purple. We are so excited to return to in-person instruction when all students are safe, and all students are not currently safe. We've adapted well to put equity at the center of our distance learning practice. We fully support continued expansion of opportunities for students and staff to opt in to on-campus learning experiences, but cannot accept mandates that will disproportionately impact our SUHSD community members of color and those with less economic privilege. I strongly urge the board to reconsider their decision to rush to a return to in-person instruction, as it necessarily prioritizes the well-being and needs of certain students and populations over others. This is what inequity looks like. Thank you.
Karen McDonald.
Hi. As a parent of a teenager in a neighboring district, I deeply empathize with the struggle that the parents at SUHD are going through, and I relate to it. My daughter is awesome and she is resilient, and I am proud of her. As a teacher, I do not like distance learning. As a teacher in East Palo Alto, I have bigger concerns about opening our schools prematurely. My request to the board is that you do what is best for all communities in our district, not some, all communities, all students. This district is not monolithic. We have extreme disparities, as my colleagues have already presented. I don't need to repeat the statistics, but you've heard them tonight, and you'll probably continue to hear them. I want to remind everyone what is going on in East Palo Alto. We are struggling. Everybody in East Palo Alto is struggling. We need to look closely at the current granular data, not the broad brush data from the state, which waters down the reality of what is happening in some of our communities. Not just the quote equity metrics, the granular data. The 7% of East Palo Alto residents who have been vaccinated, opposed to the 35% of people in Atherton, as an example. Equity is about granular data, not broad brush data. Equity is about granular data. I want to repeat that. That's how important it is. Please do what is best for all communities and all students. And Ms. Stevenson, welcome to the school board. It is refreshing to have you there.
Ava Tang or Eva, I'm not for sure which one.
Good job. Good job.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Yes, it is Eva. Thank you for considering the pronunciation of my name. My name is Eva Tang. I am a teacher at East Palo Alto Academy. I want to first start off with the fact that I resent the idea that teachers have not been doing their jobs during the pandemic, because the only time I have not shown up for my students was last month when my dad died of COVID. I'm going to go there because my dad died of COVID. I hugged him sometime last year. I don't remember when. I didn't know the next time that I would see him was going to be when he was a bunch of ashes in a box. And so now I'm wondering why I am going to be going back to work when I still haven't been vaccinated and my kids are going to experience more deaths of their families. Because you know what? More heartbreaking than my own father's death are the messages I got from students. I know what you're going through, Miss Tang. My aunt died last week. Can I take a break from class? I've been crying because my great grandma just died. My mom's in the hospital and I got COVID too, so I know that it's real. There's a stark disparity between Atherton and EPA. You've heard the stats. They are able to get vaccinated at a much higher rate than those of us in EPA. There's 14% of EPA's total population that has had COVID throughout this pandemic. People who work in essential jobs, people in multi-generational households. If we are so concerned about mental health, where is the call for more funding for counselors for our children? It's been 10 months. It's unacceptable that conversations are only starting about the communities east of 101 because they are a large portion of this district and our district needs to serve our Black and Brown students well. Thank you.
Elizabeth Santana.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to thank Superintendent Leach for and the board for working so hard to negotiate a date for our students to have the option to return. I just want to emphasize, because that's what I heard, was that students have the option to return. I'm very thankful for that. And also just wanted to reference, because I've been hearing the comments and the concerns, and I just wanted to make sure, we're sort of all working with the same data in terms of the CDC saying that it is safe for students to return to in-person school. Case studies of high schools having zero transmission and minimal community spread. And so I know that initially when the pandemic started, we did have to be very careful and had to shut everything down because we didn't know what this was and how transmission occurred. But we've learned so much in the last 11 months. And I feel so thankful that the board is using the current data to make decisions and that we are sort of following the science, and just look forward to hearing more about the plan. In-person instruction was mentioned, and just wanted to learn more about how that's going to take place, and also the phased in approach and what that will look like. Thank you very much.
Peter Otaki.
Okay, can you hear me okay now?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you to the board and the superintendent for your hard work and for allowing us to speak. I am a parent of a Menlo Atherton student, as well as an incoming MA student for the fall. I am also an alumni of Woodside High School. And I appreciate the fact that the board has a very difficult and hard decisions to make. I was formerly mayor and city council member for Menlo Park for 8 years, and no, it's not easy, particularly at this time. I encourage you to follow the science, and certainly there are a couple of points here. One key statistic was last semester, in the spring semester, the reason that the board at that time made the decision to go to pass, no pass.
Okay.
If I recall, close to 1,000 who did not log in last spring semester. To me, that is the ultimate inequity of the fact that those students are not able to be on campus. So the fact that you are moving forward with getting students back on campus is a very positive thing to address equity issues. In addition to that, I think it is important to get students in April so that you can understand what works, so that in the fall, everybody can get back onto campus. Thank you very much for your time and consideration and hard work.
Mark F.
Yes, hello, thank you. Well, it's clear that there's been an organized effort to take most of the spots early in the public comment, and I wonder if anybody finds it odd that they're mostly employees of the districts who are all reading off of clearly scripted statements. I'd also like to ask the board to allow more time for more parents to speak, as there's clearly a premeditated effort to get the hands up before public comment in order to monopolize the conversation. I'm a parent of a Sequoia student and also part of the reopened SUHSD group, now over 2,000 families strong, adding 1,000 last week alone. And my wife is a teacher who is thrilled to go back to school starting tomorrow here in St. Carlos. I do want to acknowledge and respect that there are different opinions on this very charged matter, and there's no one magic bullet to solve it all. Some will be okay with it and some won't. I applaud the board for making the difficult but necessary decision to get our students back in class. Now to my two questions, and I'd like direct answers from the board versus we'll get back to you. Two questions. What is a due date? And I'd like to ask the board to ask this question of leadership. What is a due date for the deliverable for the summer and fall plan from district leadership? This is an area we felt well short on last March when we were completely unprepared to go back to school in September and our students suffered. I'd like you to publicly comment on this and ask for and assign a due date and deliver that back to the public and this board meeting or next. And I'd like to ask President Sarver to own that. And then I'd also like to ask for clarity, and others did, what April 5th in person could mean. And even if it's not final, we understand that. We should have a plan ready to go. And I'd like to understand what the potential options could be. And I'm sure the hundreds of students on the call would also. Thank you very much.
There was someone on the list. I want to make sure their hand went down. The name is Allison. I just want to make sure we're not forgetting someone or overlooking someone, that there was an accident. I just want to make sure Allison had her time, because I know we've missed some names before. I'm just going to give you a couple of seconds. If I don't see your hand, Allison, I'm going to move on, okay? Going once, going twice. It's 3 times. Okay, we're going to go with Ann Wise.
Hi there, everyone. I think I'm off mute. Thank you to the board and to the community for being involved. It's really lovely after the last administration we had to have actually civil discourse. And so I appreciate that. I want to emphasize again, we're in a pandemic and we know we have 11 months of data. On the one hand, we know the chance of transmission in schools is almost nothing. And on the other hand, the mental health cost that our kids are suffering is significant. We have a higher incidence of self-harm, suicide attempts, depression. There is absolutely no question that the data says our children need to be back in school with precautions. I know it's hard, I know it's change, and that's difficult, but I appreciate that there's movement. I'd love specifics as to what April 5th means. And I also would love to address the issue of equity, because for me, that is an extremely important thing that we should address as a community. And to me is, I have a friend who has a mentee at Menlo Atherton, and this poor girl spends her day in a one-room apartment without Wi-Fi. She has to go to McDonald's to log on. That is not equity. That is absolutely outrageous that we are allowing that to happen in the state of California. We are a rich city, we are a rich nation, and we should absolutely get these kids back in school so everyone has an equal chance to learn. Thank you to the board for making time for these comments. I also would like to comment last that, to me, I do not understand how I am hearing about this for the first time, that April 5th is our date. And all of these people on this call have way more information than I do. I am an involved, active citizen, and I find it really uncomfortable that other people somehow have a different line of communication, and it raises, again, the issue of transparency. And I'd like to have that addressed.
Okay. There was someone who had their hand up, and I don't want to miss you and want to make sure I give you a chance, give you a couple of seconds. The name is Maria Ramirez. Going once, twice, 3 times.
She's there at the bottom.
Okay, she's at the bottom. Okay, she was next because it keeps moving around and then her hand went down. So Maria, you're next.
¿Sí me escuchan?
Sí.
Yo soy, mi nombre es María Ramírez, soy una mamá de un estudiante de la escuela de East Palo Alto Academy. Mi preocupación es de esto, de lo que se está hablando de reabrir la escuela. Somos una comunidad que nos hemos visto muy afectados de este virus, de esta enfermedad. Mi familia ha sido tocada por este virus. Es más que nada mi preocupación. Y me gustaría saber si por fuerza los estudiantes tienen que asistir el día 5 de abril o es opcional, porque realmente yo sí estoy preocupada por mi hija y porque hemos sido tocados por esta enfermedad. Gracias.
Will we have that translated?
I have the same question as Shanice. I'm not familiar with what our practice is in this situation.
I wrote some notes down. She said that her name is Maria Ramirez, and she's a parent of a student at EPAA. And she wanted to note her concern about reopening because East Palo Alto has been a community that has been negatively affected by the pandemic, and they have personally been affected by COVID. And so she wanted to ask a clarifying question regarding students returning, and will it be mandatory or can they choose? And that is her concern. She wanted to get clarification on that.
Thank you.
So we have, I believe it's Kelly, Reopen SUHD.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Kelly Baird, and I'm also a member with Reopen SUHSD. I want to thank the board for working with the teachers union to have an agreed upon contract to bring the kids back or give the kids options to come back on April 5th. I think it's really important that everyone really take a minute and be grateful that this is all about choice. We are going to be giving families choice and students choice for those that feel comfortable to return. And then in the same vein, giving people choice to not return for people who want to have their kids remain at home. Everyone's dealing with different factors and different concerns. And so I think it's really important that families and students get to make choices that work best for them based on the most up-to-date science and data. And I'm also really grateful that teachers are now able to get vaccinations starting this week. I have family members and friends that are teachers. Most of them are already back working in schools and have been back for months. And now they get to be safely vaccinated. So I'm really happy for all of our teachers in the Sequoia Union District that they're going to have that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We had one person on the list and their hand doesn't seem up. I want to make sure that they don't need it. Is Ahom? A-H-O-M? Ahom? The hand is up. Okay, great. Ahom. It's down at the bottom. Yeah. Ahom. Okay.
Hi there. Sorry it's taking me so long to do that. I wanted to just say, I wanted to ask if distance learning was going to be an option for the fall. I understand it's going to be an option in April. And there's a lot of different factors, just as our former speaker was saying. And you have students who want to return and you have students who can't return. But I think my biggest concern is the mental health, because the reason why some of the students want to return is because they are despondent and depressed, but then you have students who are failing but can't return. So the board has a problem there to figure out. And just wanted to say congratulations to student trustee Nori. Thank you.
Janice is.
So you have your mute on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Reopen SUHD. They were on the list next. But I didn't hear, they just came up again. They were on my list. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to echo the response to the comment that was read about the parent who asked if they have a choice. I think this absolutely is a solution, all about choice that accommodates both those that want to return to in-person and those that do not. So I think it's absolutely imperative that this solution accommodate that choice. I'd like to go back to one of the students that was highlighted at the outset here that was recognized. And they referred to a survey about an IB test. And I think there was an IB teacher even that was on earlier. And the comment was 126 out of 130 of the students said they are not prepared. So 97% of those students feel not prepared to take that test, something that happens routinely in that specific school. So I think it's just one school. And then the semester one report that came out, the data indicates 34% increase in the number of students with a 3 or more D's and F's at the end of Q2 in 2021 school year compared to the previous academic year, which is 1920, when students were being taught in person. So I think kind of on both academic extremes, you're seeing the severity of the problem. So I think that's worth bearing. And I'll just keep with the statistics theme here. There was a lot of mention of the vaccines of the two communities of East Palo Alto and Atherton. I think it's probably important to recognize that the one community is a lot older. I'm looking at this average, the median age of 47 versus 31, and we know the vaccine rules. So hopefully those numbers are going to change very quickly here. I think one of the takeaways here is we got to make sure we're doing everything we can to ensure that those vaccines reach all the communities. And it's truly thrilling what's happening with the teachers. So I think the teachers getting vaccinated is happening in earnest this week, is really going to take off the next couple of weeks. So I think we don't want to be bifurcating the
Thank you.
I think we want to be working together.
Thank you. Mary, oh, I'm sorry, Greg Close, sorry about that.
Hi, yes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about this subject. I'm a parent of 2 high school students in the Sequoia Union District, not a district employee or a union member or part of any conspiracy. However, as a parent, I think the plan to reopen is short-sighted. I think it oversimplifies the science. I think it's reopening in the red tier is irresponsible. It puts our children, our educators, and our staff unnecessarily at risk, and the board should reconsider this. The choice of some to come back to school puts the whole community at risk, including those who made the choice to stay at home. That's kind of the problem with the pandemic, is the spread of the infection. And I think we're focusing on the wrong problem. There are problems inherent with distance learning, but they're not going to be solved with a few weeks of in-person learning at the end of the school year. So I'd love for my kids to get back to it, but the pandemic is not over. People are tired of staying at home and working from home and learning from home, but this is how we stay safe as a community. We make sacrifices for the good of everyone. So I think we need to be willing to make those sacrifices as a community and keep our kids safe, keep our educators safe, keep our staff safe, and wait out another few weeks of this distance learning instead of going back to in-person learning at the end of the year. Data indicates we're going to be at safer levels this summer. We're not there yet. So our time and energy should be applied to making remote learning the best and most equitable can be now, providing assistance to students who need help now, rather than squandering our time and resources for this. Thanks.
Thank you. Miriam Magana. Miriam Magana.
She's not allowed to talk. Is not available because Miriam Magana is using an older version of Zoom. If you would like her to continue, I can add her as a panelist.
Let's do that. Let's just make it easier. And then you'll take her back off. Okay, thanks.
Miriam?
Thank you. My apologies for that. My laptop is in the shop, so I'm using an old Chromebook. So my name is Miriam Magana. I'm a programs director for the San Francisco 49ers Academy. And I want to draw your attention to the fact that our East Palo Alto community is hurting right now. Many of our families are still hurting. They're still facing evictions, unemployment, struggling to find resources to find some sort of stability. As we think about reopening, please keep in mind that our students and family, what they're experiencing at home. How do you plan on addressing this? How will you support the schools and staff in making sure that there's a wraparound support available to help the families? If you care and want to hear, make our community feel heard, how do you plan on doing so? A survey is not enough. Office hours are not enough. We need to do better than that. We cannot continue to make decisions for the loudest voices in the room. I remind you that this is what we're supposed to be working towards, equity. And in terms of mental health, I also urge you to consider implementing more in-class mental health supports rather than having the kids have to opt into them outside of school hours. We need to increase engagement and mental health support for students who need it the most. And by doing it by providing psychoeducation within the classrooms, I think it could be a way for us to try something. We need to get creative, and we need to really work together to build a community amongst all of us and make progress for everyone involved, not just the loudest voices in the room.
Orem Ramirez.
Hello, everyone. My name is Oram Ramirez, and I'm calling you as a father. I have 4 children. My 9-year-old is an autistic student, 3rd grader. I have a 1-month-old daughter, a 2-year-old son, and a 4-year-old daughter. They all need my love and they need my support, and I need to protect them. But I want to thank SDTA for helping me protect my children by advocating for distance learning in the spring and in the fall. I'm a teacher also from East Palo Alto Academy, and I'm calling you and like all my colleagues and many people and teachers outside of East Palo Alto and from other schools who have advocated for you to consider a more equitable return to schools. And I also want to echo those thoughts. I remember that in one of the meetings in the summer, there was a board member, Ms. Carrie DuBois, who actually changed her mind drastically and voted to not against reopening our schools. But she was alone. I need more people from this board to recognize the stress induced in our community in East Palo Alto and North Fair Oaks, and actually grow a spine and stand up and think of a plan that you can discuss with us about how you're going to address the inequities and underlying social injustice that is taking place. The pace is too fast, and that is unsafe. You cannot ignore that. Please listen to all the teachers today. Please consider a change of heart and thinking a more thorough plan for returning. Thank you so much.
Amy Hine.
Too bad they didn't say. Hi, I just want to thank everyone for speaking tonight. I'm hearing obviously a lot of different feelings on the matter. It is an emotional topic. It's certainly been emotional in my house as I've watched 2 of my kids successfully go back to school and one of them stay home and stare at a screen full of black boxes all year. I'm excited about the idea that he will be returning to school in April, and as limited as it will be, he will be seeing at least half of kids' faces above their mask. He doesn't know what a fair number of his classmates even look like at this point in the year. So I think school is about more than a really great, robust discussion in class. It's about interaction and engagement. And I think it's so important that our kids have the option to be back interacting with peers, interacting with teachers. I think teachers will be picking up on some of those emotional concerns that they can't see through a screen, through body language, and just helping some of those kids who need the extra support. It will be a great starting point for where we can go in the fall. And I think teachers and kids are safe. There is so much science out there, and I hope our board will put together a panel to reassure the staff and families of this. Thank you.
Yes, Teresa Ortega.
Sorry.
Yes, hello. Good evening, buenas tardes. I'm a family member of a Sequoia High School teacher, as well as a Sequoia High School volunteer and a Redwood City resident. I'm gravely concerned that the district has selected a date to reopen before providing a detailed plan of how to do so safely. This makes the reopening date arbitrary when we need to be leading with safety and equity, which means we need to lead with science. The CDC says that, quote, schools are encouraged to use cohorting or podding of students to facilitate testing and contact tracing and to minimize transmission across pods, end quote. But this information about cohorting or contact tracing has not been provided. If this plan isn't available, I don't know how we can already have a designated reopening date. I'm very concerned about learning loss that's resulted from remote learning, but I don't see how having Zoom instruction continue, but in a hybrid model in which any student is only on campus for perhaps 11 days will actually remedy this problem. I'm also very troubled by the emotional health consequences of remote learning, and I look forward to the day that schools can reopen safely. Unfortunately, without first reducing community spread in every corner and for all demographics within our community, there is no way to do this safely and equitably. Having a family member or friend come down with COVID and develop a chronic disability, lose a job for lack of paid sick leave or ineligibility of unemployment, or dying is also very bad for students' emotional health. Thank you so much for your time. Gracias y cuídense.
All right, Shonda Nickerson.
Hello?
Yes, Shonda, go ahead.
Hi. So I am the mental health support specialist at Menlo Atherton, and as I'm sure you're well aware and everybody has been talking about, there's a mental health crisis going on. There have been huge increased needs, and my comment is really not for, excuse me, for or against reopening, but more about funding and thinking about the resources needed to reopen, especially with mental health. We contract with community-based organizations, and I will say that currently I usually have about 5 therapists and two case managers, and I have 1 therapist that I know for sure would come back in person. We can't force our CBOs to make their people come back, so I think there has to be a plan for the increased need when we come back, and we cannot ignore that because we do not have the capacity to address the needs that are going to be coming if we reopen. Thank you.
Julie Sarugi.
Hi, thanks to the board for allowing me the opportunity to speak and for all the efforts you've put in this process. I do want to mention that there's been surveys put out to the parents, and as a parent of a junior, it's a very difficult time for them. They would like to make decisions to understand, does it make sense for them to come back? But with the plan that's been rolled out, it's very limited what the details are. So the whole Zoomers and roomers, it's confusing whether the kids are just going to be sitting on campus on Zoom and not have any FaceTime with their teachers. I think that's really, that interaction and loss with their teachers has really been a lost opportunity this year to really engage and do well in school. And I've heard if we go back April 5th, that it's only going to be 10 or 11 days worth of schooling. And so that's confusing. I don't understand what that looks like when school's meant to go till the 1st or 2nd week of June. So if really, once these plans get nailed down a little better, they could get pushed out to the families and students so we can make informed decisions on what that looks like for the students to be able to go back. Ideally, it would be, with a teacher in a classroom so they could resume their learning.
Okay, Claudia Gruber. Claudia, let me see if you guys see her. Okay, Claudia Gruber, I guess her hands are down. Isabel Stid.
You already spoke, didn't you?
Oh, Claudia just came up. Claudia Gruber.
Oh, hi. This was confusing. Sorry. Anyway, there are so many different perspectives here, and I can understand and appreciate each and every one. I just want to give some of my perspective as a teacher. I have been working since September in the classroom. You may have heard me say that before. We are a small school. Yes, that's definitely much easier, but I think it can be done, and I feel completely safe. The kids are adhering to the rules. They're keeping their distance. They're washing their hands. They're keeping their masks on. I have kids at home at the same time, and this is really a difficult model. And I want to speak to the teachers who have concerns about that. I did as well, but it's actually doable and it can be done. And you can still have breakout rooms. You can still interact everyone together. You can kind of foster that community for everyone. It's not a great model, but it's better than having everybody sit at home and stare at a screen. I feel if they can just go back and have the choice to go back for 2 days a week or anything, it will help. It will help their mental health. It will help the community. It will help their learning, even though it may not be great. I still think it's the best way to go forward. Thanks for listening.
President Sarver, we are almost out of time, but we still I have just a list up until Michael. Are we taking any more after him?
So I've got that we had 27 speakers so far.
So Alan, we've had additional hands come up.
Yeah, so
my proposal would be that we take 30 at a minute and a half, and then we take the extra ones at a minute, just so people have a chance to speak,
But Michael be the last one, the one that
once we get to 30, I think once we get to 30, which is what I think we said we do a 30 at a minute. I'm open to options, but that's my proposal.
Totally past. I guess I want to put it out here that we're totally past 30 because as people go, more people add on.
Oh, we're already past 30?
I'm not managing all that. So I would like to say that Michael, who was the last person on here, I have to look at his name, Michael D. I think he should be the last one because we've gone over 30, but I think we need to honor the people that are here. Is that okay?
So my proposal would be that we do a minute for the extra people.
Okay.
But I'm open to suggestions if other people feel differently.
That sounds like a fair compromise.
Okay, so I got my list. Keep on going. Maylin, M-Y-L-I-N-H, Maylin Nightingale, I believe it is. I'm looking for the name. Not for sure if the person still wants to speak. I just don't want to skip over anyone. Okay. You moved my screen, hold on. All right, so Maylin, Peg Taylor. I'm just going by the people who raised their hand. All right, let's take that person off. Anna Grismala Bousse. Oh, and then we can go back to Peg Taylor. Peg Taylor.
Hi. Sorry. Should I speak?
Anna, you can go ahead and go, and then we'll go to Peg Taylor. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you so much. And I wanted to thank the board and everybody for working so hard and thinking so hard about what's going on. I really appreciate the carefully prepared statements that we had earlier. I think there are two things to consider. One is that the real inequity here is that students in vulnerable communities are falling further and further behind. This is generating long-lasting educational inequities where students of color have paid the price of an ever-widening academic achievement gap. The recent study has shown that they're now achieving 60% of their historical average in math and about 3/4 in reading. Secondly, I think that science says that even in districts with extremely vulnerable communities, there's no evidence of COVID transmission from students to teachers, and students do not transmit to their families and communities. There's simply very little correlation between high community transmission rates and students getting infected in high schools or teachers getting sick. But above all, I think what's critical here is that we have a choice. Students across the district deserve that choice, as do the parents, rather than a uniform policy one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you. Peg Taylor. She came back up. I see her hand.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi. I just wanted to echo the previous speakers' points. Thank you very much for the board and for everyone to try to embrace an April 5th reopening date. I greatly appreciate that. I just would urge everyone to please follow the science. Many other states have had their schools open for many months with hardly any transmission. And I think it's really important to understand this and please embrace the science. That is all that I'm going to say. I am actually a healthcare worker. I am in the science industry, and I'm just please urging everyone to please do this. It's very exciting about our vaccinations. It's very exciting about what's happening with the science around COVID-19. And please, I think you've done everything you can to accommodate and mitigate any risks. So please open up the schools. Thank you very much.
CMTB mom.
You should be able to unmute yourself now, Sam.
CMTB mom, are you able to get in? Is she able to unmute? Who's helping with the technology? Not for sure. All right. We can't hear her right now. I think we should go to Carolyn Mannion and then come back to CM. Oh, she's back on. CMTB mom, can we hear you?
Doesn't look like she's able to unmute herself.
She's not able. Do we need to do her like we did Miriam and bring her into the panel so we can hear her?
She's just not on the mic. It isn't the same as the other situation.
It isn't the same, or it is?
It is not.
Okay. CMTB mom, we cannot hear you. We're going to give you a couple of more seconds, and if not, we're going to move on to Carolyn Mannion. Okay. All right, CBT mom, we're going to move on to Carolyn Mannion. Carolyn Mannion.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Krieger. I'm the mother of 3 children, 1 in your district and 2 in the Menlo Park City Schools. I'm the wife of a teacher. I'm the daughter of an 87-year-old mother that I take care of, and I'm a physician in this area and have been practicing here since 2003. And I'd like for you all to listen to the science. I, more than anybody actually, am really invested in equity. And what I don't hear in the conversations is the conversation about the data we now have that is overwhelming from schools across the country and across the globe. In North Carolina, they looked at nearly 100,000 students in that state with a very high prevalence and had very few cases of transmission. In Wisconsin, there were 5,000 students. No transmissions from students to teacher. The CDC data from Mississippi is also overwhelming. I've submitted a letter and I've asked the school board to please read that letter, and the articles that I'm referencing are in there. I'd like to support the teachers because I really do care about everybody's health and I take care of everybody. I put on my mask every day and I sit in a small room and I do my job, which includes swabbing people, and I come home to my family as well. So I'd like you to consider the equity of the students in the district who need better access to their teachers to improve their mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. Will Cronin was up next, but I don't see him. So the next one would be Eddie Urintanova.
Hello, my name is Eddie Yiritnov. I am a student at Carlmont High School, and I stand firmly against reopening on April 5th. The reasons are simple. We're going to have 40 days left in the school year by that point, 40 instructional days. If we assume the best case scenario and have everybody show up twice a week, that would only mean 20 days in school. At this point, showing up 20 days in school just to be on a Zoom camera doesn't seem to be something that's worth the effort. There could be lives lost from this plan, and our education for those that stay at home and are not there for those 20 days, it will suffer because we will have our teachers in masks. Everybody's going to be focused on keeping everything clean. People are going to be nervous. There is going to be things lost for this. The idea of choice is not a fair one because we know that people will get hurt by the decision of some to return to school.
Great. Karen Rocha. Karen Rocha.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, buenas tardes. My name is Karen Rocha and I'm a teacher. I'm extremely concerned about the reopening process. You see, I'm in my 20s and my husband is also in his 20s. He was still hospitalized in June because of COVID. I'm concerned about students transmitting it back home where multi-generational families live. Everyone talks about equity. But when we discuss equity, but our systematic structures, such as a board meeting, are not created to have all community members speak and be heard, demonstrates the deep systematic issues that need to be addressed. Thank you.
Jackie Landsman. Jackie Landsman.
Sorry about that. I'm looking for my unmute button. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Terrific. Thank you. So I'll just be very brief. Thank you for making the decision to open our schools on April 5th. We have many, many difficult decisions ahead, and I would just say, please keep the science at the forefront. Plenty of people are emotional about this. It is a scary time for many people. And at the end of the day, we need to make sure that the science is what drives our decisions. There's plenty of evidence now around the country that shows opening schools can be done safely. And I appreciate the board for making that decision. Thank you.
All right. I'm going down the list because some people might have moved. The name is Sarah Gavinser Leslie. I don't know if she still wanted to speak.
Yes.
Okay, there she is.
I don't need to speak. Other people have spoken with what they need to say.
Thank you so much. Shamar Edwards.
There we are. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello. I am also a fellow educator, and I know some of you are in the district and a parent of an incoming ninth grader. And I do want to applaud the board for just kind of a great display of civic engagement and, positive discourse. I do believe in the art of listening and the art of compromise, given that there are a lot of perspectives on this particular issue. And so I just want to reiterate that empathy has to be at the heart of equity. And equity really means giving people what they need when they need it. And so continuing to plan and tweak and reiterate and plan and tweak will get us a little closer to the goal. And I also want to just continue to echo the need for in-class, very explicit instruction on social emotional topics and curriculum, because more so than anything else, students are going to need this moving forward. So thank you for your time.
Okay. I see Maylin Nightingale has shown back up, and I don't think we've heard from her, and she was on my list.
Hi, thank you. I'd like to thank the board for coming to an agreement for school to resume on April 5th. Finally, students and parents who want their children back on campus will have that opportunity. Students and parents that would prefer that their children stay at home until the fall have had that opportunity for nearly a year. The CDC guidelines and the data and the science shows with social distancing, masks, and other measures, people are safe and transmission is low. I am a parent and I am also a sister of a school teacher who works in New York City in a very densely populated city. And he has been teaching in his classroom since September.
Thank you. All right, we have two more. It's going to be Jennifer Haddle and Michael. I'm not going to say his last name to mess it up. Just Michael D. So Jennifer and then Michael, and that's our last person, according to my list, unless someone else has written something down that I've missed.
I show the same, Shanice.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Heddle. I'm an intervention counselor over at Menlo Atherton High School. I appreciate the desire to reopen. I am a mother of a first grade son, and I would send my child 5 days a week in a heartbeat and probably not consider the well-being of their teachers, of his teachers, if I could send him back, as virtual learning with my child while simultaneously working at home is very difficult. That being said, I appreciate that parents want their students on campus. What we're not considering are people like me whose students are not returning to school for the remainder of the year. Thus, I will be home with my son and will not be able to serve students on campus who need social and emotional support. We also need to consider, when we talk about equity, yes, it's a choice that students can come to campus, but we're not thinking about the students that are home with their siblings because their parents are working. I've offered our on-campus cohorts for many students, and they've had to say no because they're home taking care of first graders, kindergartners, preschoolers, while simultaneously trying to do schoolwork. So it's lovely that we're going to give this opportunity to students to come on campus. It's going to be a select group who doesn't have to do caretaking or work to help support those families. And so when we talk about equity, those are the equity things that we're talking about. And finally, if our community is very worried about our mental health issues, I hope that they will consider utilizing school funding to fund mental health. At this current time, our foundation funds our mental health services. Myself and Ms. Nickerson are two people for a school of 2,500 people. The people who serve our students are community-based organizations that's not funded directly through the district's money. So when we are talking about mental health going forward in the next school year, I hope when there's consideration to enhance our mental health services, that the same parents that are very passionate about their students coming on campus for academic purposes will also be very passionate about serving students who need enhanced mental health.
Thank you. Michael?
Hi, this is Michael. I've been listening very intently here for the last couple hours. I'd like to say that this has been hard for everybody in the community, and it's affected different folks in different ways. This is really about shifting our posture, one from being just reacting to a pandemic, and one that has created a lot of disruption for everybody. But we've been talking a lot about what we can't do for the last 10, 11 months. And we're at a point now where we're starting to talk about what we can do. What we're talking about here is an opportunity for more resources to be available to students and for more resources to be available to the community, and hopefully provide some relief. This gets us pointed in the right direction. There's still a lot of work to be done, I'll say that. As part of Reopen SUHSD, we have committed to shifting our posture, not just from a question of reopening schools, but to how do we help make it happen, and how do we follow through with the community. It's an opportunity for our community to come together here within the school district to shift our posture from what we can't do to what we can do. And that's the only way we're going to get through this. I appreciate your time, and I'm looking forward to making this work. Thank you.
There's no more people that I have on my list. That Michael was the last one according to the process we set forth.
Okay, thank you. And in particular, I want to thank everybody who spoke, and thank everybody for your patience and your involvement. And I know that there are a handful of additional hands that have come up, and there would continue to be for quite a while. So we are going to move on to the board discussion at this point. Are there additional questions or additional points that board members would like to raise with staff at this point? All right, and I do see, I need to switch. All right, so I see Carrie's hand has gone up.
So I want to thank the board for allowing all of those comments. I think it's important to hear from our community, and I appreciated that all. And it has been a very, I think some people think this is an easy issue. It really has not been easy. So the two things that we kept hearing in the comments, equity and the science. And so, you know, I know when people are talking about choice, all families and all kids do not have a choice. It's our most well-resourced families that truly have the choice. So we need to keep that in mind. I am concerned about the comments about our most vulnerable communities. Again, there's not agreement about this. We are hearing from teachers, and I've also heard from community members that are concerned about the widespread COVID cases in some parts of our community. So I just want to bring that up still as a concern for me. And then a question about the data, and I don't know who can answer this. I don't know, Chris Thompson, if you can answer this question. You know, we hear over and over again that the science is clear, but I have also heard that the data and the science across the country is not adequate when it comes to high school and large comprehensive high schools, because older teens aren't great at social distancing. So that's why I'm only repeating the concern that we're hearing from some people in our community. There is some concern. So I don't know if somebody can help address this and make me understand. I mean, is the data absolutely 100% clear that we don't need to worry about the spread of COVID at all in our schools, in our large comprehensive high schools? So Chris, just because you have access to data all the time, do you mind if I ask you? I know sometimes when I ask you, you hate it when I ask you.
That's all. Well, no, most of the time.
Can you make me feel better? And maybe this is the type of situation where I'm just not going to be like charging off into the sunset. And that's because I want to weigh all the different perspectives. I want to be safe. So Chris, help me with this.
I'm a social scientist and not a health or public health scientist. I guess I would comment this. There are a lot of, there's conflation of the studies of who they cover and the conditions. There's conflating of public schools and the situation for high schools versus elementary schools that we get all the time. I think at the federal level, we've had mixed signals from CDC and two different presidential administrations. I mean, that said, I guess the place I've come out in reading the studies and a lot of the input we're getting from doctors in the community who are citing studies for us, that transmission in all public school ages or elementary school ages is very small. The risk is very small. Unfortunately, it's hard then to control for, are people adhering to the health guidelines and how much that makes a difference. But I'm not the expert. I think we're all trying to read as many of these studies as possible.
Okay, thank you.
And I agree with that response. I mean, to the question of, is there absolutely no risk? The answer is certainly not. There is also a great deal of risk of automobile accidents on the way to and from school. There is risk of earthquakes. There is risk of active shooters. There is risk of many, many things that are out there. And we will continue to be working in a world of extraordinary risk for a long time to come surrounding the pandemic. What we're trying to balance is what can we mitigate, what can we manage, what can we balance out in terms of other harms that are also being done, and how can we do it in the most equitable way possible. And all of this input that we've received tonight, I think, to me, is helpful in continuing to move down that path. And with that, I see Shanice's hand up next.
Hi. Man, that was a lot to hear. And I think it just reflects where our country is as far as many side, all in the same room, standing and looking at it from different perspectives, but all with the heart of advocating for our children and our communities. As I reflect upon this question of reopen, just to take a little step back for what I did to kind of see this from different perspectives, is I actually went around to every school in the last, since December 16th, have went around to every school, met with every principal, whether it was for reopening, whether it's to get to know them or see what their learning pods look like or their learning hubs. And that was really important for me as a person, but primarily as a social worker who I need to see it to understand what the challenges are. And I have my own curiosities that aren't always answered at the board level, to be honest, nor the statistics get to what I'm trying to figure out. So the best way is do what I do best, which is go out to the streets and really look at what people are doing, right? And so when I say that, between the emails and going face to face, and I'm entrenched in my community. I'm not like just living there. Like I work there, and I've worked there for many years in various capacities. And when I go to the sites and I see kids that are from our community, even in the learning hubs, and their computers are flat because they're tired of being on Zoom. I just talked to a kid yesterday and I just said, hey, as he was like looking around during Learning Hub, I said, you know, Miss Shanice, tell me what's going on, right? Give me the for reals, right? And we have some kids who are really, really struggling in distance learning. And that's brown and Black kids. And that is kids who are not brown and Black. And in actuality, what's happening to us with this crisis, it doesn't discriminate. We're all in it together. And it shows up differently for different people. And so I know that there's been a community of people who have rallied and spoke louder than maybe some of the other families that I've reached out to. And when I look at their stories, it shifted between December and January. It shifted from, I want to be back, I want to be back, I want to be back, to people we hadn't heard from saying, oh my gosh, what should I do with my child? They are quote unquote fine academic, but I'm losing them emotionally. What I hear from the other side is, we just trying to live day to day. We may want to have our kids back and we may not, but we are dealing with real life issues that it's complicating this ability to come back to school. And so when I see that, I see two different populations, which is some need to do distance learning and other options because it works for their family, not just for the health issue, but for their family. And then others say distance learning is in person is what I really need, right? They are two truths that can happen at the same time in my mind, right? So for me and my family, I'm trying to decide that for myself. So I'm not sitting here saying go back to school or stay at home, because I'm like dealing with health issues. I'm dealing with special needs and how that shows up or not show up in the grades, in attendance and all those kinds of things. And thank God for teachers who text me, right? And I can kind of step out of my coaching calls or my social work calls and go grab my kid and bring them back in, or have grandma threaten them from Cincinnati. Like, I get it, right? And so I am really struggling because we just basically have two different populations and we have to serve them both, and serving them in ways that make sense for them. So I know when reopen happens, I'm just going to say some of the small schools will probably, who have more of a homogeneous population, will need something different than, say, for instance, a San Carlos. That doesn't mean it's better or worse. It just means that they're different. And we expect the same thing, which is our kids are engaged, that we are working with them, that we are supporting them. And so when I approach this topic, I think of the how versus we can't. I've always thought like that, right? And that's where, when I think about East Palo Alto, if I give you lemon, we're going to make lemonades. And so what I'm asking everyone to do is to think about how to make the lemonade and be at the table to help us make this decision. Because my hope is that we will have a choice, right? Because we need to do what's right for your particular families. And I hear families emailing and I might want to cry, y'all. I'm not a crybaby, but this is really hard. This is the new board member that don't have all the stuff. And so I hear Rich saying now, what's the question? What am I trying to say? I'm just a sobby person. I just want to say that this is really hard. And we are working on engagement to get families to fill out surveys. I wish we could have had a longer runway to get more input from our families. But thank you to the teachers who showed up. Blood is not on my hands. I think we are making choices with the information and the information we had. Had you asked me maybe in November, I would have been like, no, I don't think so. But when the option comes up, we have a choice. And we can talk about those choices with our families, and our families can make informed decisions about what they can do. I work in East Palo Alto too. I see it. We are making choices even at the school that we're working for, and making choices for families. Even when I talk to Ravenswood, their teachers are making decisions about coming back. And those teachers who come back are having their own classes, of course, with the support of their board. But it's mixed. It's mixed. And so it's hard. And so I would underscore how are we doing wellness? I'm not talking about the mental health 504, whatever plans. I'm talking about, we just got out of a crisis and we need a crisis plan for social and emotional learning, not just for our kids, but for our teachers and our staff who have been in it for a year and a half. And I don't know about anybody else, but I get a headache and I feel like I just got to keep on going. But we need some help with helping our teachers and our staff to manage this change that's happening that we don't have control of. So that's one thing. The second thing is, we do need to think about the populations that are hit the hardest. And I think the people from that community, not people outside of that community, need to speak for themselves about what would help them with the how. And so I think that April 5th gives us that time, that buffer, to be able to engage authentically and intensely with those populations in partnership with the community. So that's all I'm going to say. I feel like crying, but I'm so happy we had many voices here today.
Okay, Chris.
I also found those voices helpful and instructive. Oh, not a COVID cough. So I want to begin by repeating again my sincere thanks to the negotiating team on both sides of the table. Tough job to try and chart a path ahead. And I think they've done quite an extraordinary job. I have 3 observations to make and want to frame them in comments I heard from the public. One was, the first was someone who said they recognize that there are many difficult decisions ahead. Similarly, Shamar said, you guys need to plan and tweak, and probably plan and tweak again. And then Michael at the end was talking about how do we help make this happen. I heard 3 areas of comments that I think should need to be in our future. The first is concerns about the instructional quality of Room and Zoom. I share those, or concurrent instruction. I share those concerns. Certainly, we're not settling on, it's an imperfect instructional model. But in some cases, Room and Zoom may be, I believe, may be less effective for some students on the academic side than traditional, the distance learning we're doing now. In my own mind, it helps address the socio-emotional connection issue more than the instructional side, and that's why it made sense for me. But the first thing I guess I want to ask of my colleagues and the superintendent is that the board have some sort of review session on the instructional model, try and understand how it's going. Not that we would change this spring, but making sure we're ready for the fall if we have to continue in this form, or see what improvements we can make in the concurrent model going forward. The second thing I heard a lot of people speaking to that I share is the worry about mental health and mental health in returning to school. I was really gratified in the LCAP discussions we participated in this past week. The 2 I went to at Redwood and Sequoia, there was lots of conversations from parents and students about mental health issues, socio-emotional issues, especially in returning to school. As a board member, and I think as a community, I'd be very interested in hearing the district's plan for addressing those concerns. We also heard from a couple of the mental health counselors at MA, I think, tonight. And I know the site administrators are working on that, but to present that to the board would be useful. And the final thing we heard a lot about was equity or inequitable opportunity in the schools. I think we can't deny that COVID has had an inequitable impact in our community. And we can't solve that easily, just can't deny it. Individually, I think many of us will advocate for better access to vaccines in communities that have the highest infection rates. Since Michael D said, how can we help make this happen? And the Reopen SUHSD is committed to helping make that happen. I think a big service that group could give to our community and to our schools is accelerating access to vaccine in the communities that are in the North Fair Oaks and the East Palo Alto community. And I'm anxious to explore other ways with my board colleagues on how we can deal with those inequities. Mr. President.
Thank you. Safik.
So I would also like to echo a lot of what Trustee Thompson and Trustee Stevenson said about reopening. And I know it's a really contentious issue, but I would like to say for the first time in a long while, I know me and a lot of my fellow students felt a sense of hope that there was an opportunity to go back in April. And I know that the details aren't always clear, but it's been a year of distance learning. And I think it's obvious that distance learning will never be at the same level of adequacy in terms of education as in-person school was. And in reality, I know that if we do go back, it probably won't be a perfect system. But the reason that I would wholeheartedly support it is because I know that I won't be here next year, but for almost the majority of students who will, I'm severely concerned that if we don't have some sort of trial period to iron out the kinks of this hybrid model, when it comes to the fall, that we will not be prepared and that it will be more of the same. And if we haven't figured this out by the fall, then I would say that by that point we would have lost a whole generation of kids, and I think that would be a real shame. I'd also like to talk about equity, and I think one thing to remember about equity is that yes, there are concerns about whether or not some people would have the opportunity to participate in the model. But if you look to the reason why San Francisco Mayor London Breed sued the SF school board in order to try to get them to reopen was because it's clear that Black and brown kids and POC kids are the ones who distance learning harms the most. And when we see stuff like the increase in number of failing grades, I guarantee that those numbers in studies have shown are disproportionately affecting not people who live in Atherton, but people who live in these more disenfranchised communities. So I think at the end of the day that this is a contentious issue, and there are a lot of details that haven't been hammered out yet about how schools will reopen. But even if the system isn't perfect, I think it needs to be done not only to give people a choice to have some sort of normalcy for the rest of the school year, but in order to ensure that when we do have more fully reopening plans come the fall, that we're ready to do so. So thank you.
Thank you. It's always inspirational to hear the depth and the power of your thinking and what you bring to the conversation. Thank you so much. Rich.
Thank you, Alan. So I want to thank all the people who spoke today. We had a lot of energy and passion from a lot of different corners, a lot of range of opinions on this topic, and appreciate hearing from everybody. I also want to recognize the negotiating team. For those people who don't know, the school board meets with the negotiating team, is not actually in the room for the negotiations. And there was a lot of work that went there to get to where we are now. There'll be a lot of details fleshed out in the coming weeks. I support where we are. I support this plan. And there's two kind of key things for me. One, there's a constraint that I accept, and I think everyone on the school board agreed is a constraint for this academic year, which is that we wouldn't split any student teacher class up. We wouldn't take a student mid-semester and move him or her to a different class, or take a teacher's class and move them apart, or force kids to change their schedule mid-semester. So if you take that as a constraint and a given, and if you take it as a constraint and a given that we want to resume live instruction ever, then we have to start sometime. And I think our start with the phase-in, starting cautiously, is the right approach. And the concurrent model is the only model that allows choice and allows students to keep their schedule, keep their teacher, keep their classes. So I support it for all those reasons. Chris, you mentioned reviewing the concurrent model. Crystal mentioned in her slideshow that we'll be looking at the fall and at the summer in the coming months. And I think that when we're reviewing and discussing possible learning models for the fall is a perfect time to look at how the concurrent model is going, and do we continue it in some way for students who don't want to return next year? Do we not continue at all? What do we do? You know, there'll be a range of opinions. I hope we have as robust community engagement on looking at different options for the fall. Do we offer choice, or do we no longer offer choice? If we offer choice, how do we offer it? There's a lot of decisions to be made. And Safik, I appreciate what you said about we need to get started so we can learn. I think we'll learn a lot in April that will inform the summer, that will inform the fall, that will inform our discussion. So for all those reasons, I support what we're doing. I know it's hard for a lot of people in a lot of ways. I appreciate all that everyone has done. And I look forward to us all moving forward together. So thank you.
Thanks. And I'll throw in some things as well. But I want to start by echoing both of those thanks. I want to thank very much the negotiating teams, both the district staff and the SDTA, for all the work that's gone in. And I want to thank the community members that have brought their voices to the discussion. I thought that the range and intensity of the comments that we had tonight were particularly strong and particularly productive and civil discourse. This was an excellent way to really get information into the discussion and make sure things keep going. There's one comment I want to touch on about how informed and organized the teachers who spoke first were. And I want to point out to those that are in attendance that we reached an agreement between the negotiating teams at the end of the day yesterday and began the process of ratification with our faculty today. Our faculty have by necessity gotten more details about what has been agreed by the negotiating teams than what has been published as a ratified agreement. So yes, they knew some things that the public did not learn until seeing the presentation. And those were things that were agreed, were ready to be shared out as a highlight of what's been agreed. With ratification will come much fuller information. There is a lot of work ahead. There has also been a lot of planning, a lot of discussion, a lot of wrestling with potential models that has happened already. And we're going to continue to build on that, but we're not starting with ground zero of, oh, now that we've decided to open schools, let's begin figuring out how we might go about doing that. We've been wrestling with a lot of how we might go about doing that for these many months. But as many trustees have already commented, we are going to be succeeding through an iterative process. We are going to be coming in, we're going to be doing a lot of preparation over the coming weeks. We're going to be doing a lot of test driving of the systems. We're going to have more and more of our faculty coming in and running their Zoom sessions from their classroom and building that confidence of how well prepared the sites already are and how robust our processes are. And they're going to get at everything really ready to go smoothly before kids come on campus. Then we're going to ramp up with kids, with students to greater numbers. One of the things I do want to be sure that as a district and in our preparation, we have a real clear picture before we get to April 5th of how our potential numbers of students on campus would change if the ground rules are changed under us again and social distancing does get reduced to 4 feet or 3 feet, and how that changes the capacities of our classrooms. And we don't have any doubt or guesswork or a sudden need to scramble again later and say, oh, does that open some new doors for us? I really do want to be sure that we're prepared to take advantage of every door that we can anticipate opening in front of us. And likewise, this iterative process of testing and improving and testing and improving and working and improving is going to show us by the end of the school year a different version of concurrent instruction than what we see on April 5th. And in fact, I am sure that what we are going to see on April 5th is going to be a lot more sophisticated and robust than the best we can do of articulating concurrent enrollment today. Because we are going to be deeply engaged in conversations with all of our instructional leaders and all of our faculty on the details of what's in that plan that's uncomfortable. What can we do to make it stronger? How can we share best practices? Where are the bright ideas to tackle the problems we see as we keep looking at it more and more? some of the concerns were put on the table tonight in the comments we've heard. Many, many more concerns are out there among our faculty, and their wheels are grinding. How can I do it better than what I'm concerned about? How can I get the concerns on the table and get it fixed? And I think that's just going to keep accelerating. I want to be sure that we are focused on making sure that that keeps accelerating. I do think that everything we heard about mental health support echoes everything I've heard out in the community. I know in attending the Sequoia LCAP input session, that was a very strong theme that emerged, being prepared to handle a much greater mental health demand from our students and our faculty as they come back on campus and as we move ahead through the recovery period from this. And the conversations that we're going to have both in the board meetings, but also very much more so among staff about our firming up our summer school plans, strengthening our return plans for the fall. They're going to continue to be conditioned by an ever-changing pandemic landscape. Quite honestly, for me, I have been shocked by the dramatic turnaround in all of the data on the pandemic over this past month. Everything I saw over the previous year did not prepare me for the really, really rapid reduction in infection, hospitalization, death rate numbers that came after achieving the peak from the holidays. I expected a much slower attenuation similar to what we've seen from the previous peaks, but the decline has been shockingly dramatic. It changed the ground rules under which we tried to negotiate the reopening. There are more shocks ahead. And they will be shocks because they're really, really hard for us to predict. We don't know what new variants may end up doing, new mutations before we get enough vaccination. We can see trends in increasing vaccination that are extremely hopeful. And maybe they'll ramp up even faster, keep accelerating beyond our expectations. Or maybe they'll begin to slow down as we hit more and more people who are still very loath to take on the vaccination. There are bumps and unforeseens. And there is a world out there in which in August, going back to classroom looks an awful lot like the old normal we all miss. There are also a lot of scenarios that can be foreseen where social distancing and masking really look like they're going to be a fundamental way of life for a while to come yet. And a lot of the questions about how much hybrid do we need to have in the fall is going to be still on the table. I want to be sure that we are planning for as much of this variation as we possibly can, and we're keeping all of our learning on the way in the forefront. So the piloting that we're going to achieve with this opening model for the fall is every bit as important as the benefit we're bringing to our students, and I believe to our staff, by getting back on the horse here this spring. So I want to congratulate everybody on the hard work to this point that's brought us here. And I want to encourage everybody in the hard work that's ahead of us to make sure that we get it really, really right. There's a lot of work for us all here. And Shanice, I see your hand back up.
Alan, so given all the feedback about mental health across the programs, across our 9 communities. I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. Is there any way that we can give any direction around creating a comprehensive mental health plan or anything like that? Or is it, this is just comments suggest about the reopening?
I personally think that, that mental health is clearly an issue that is on the table as part of our reopening. So I'm.
Yeah.
I mean, just technically to answer the question, it's a discussion item.
Thank you.
So it's to take a formal action, we would have to have it as an item on the agenda. And this item is specifically a discussion item, just like a technical answer to your question, but
thank you.
Not
That's
that we can't, not that we can't look at mental health at as something, but just at this moment, at this item.
At this item, but we could do it. Okay. Thank you. That's what my clarification is. Thank you.
Okay. Superintendent Leach, any closing remarks or questions or concerns that you have back for the board?
I get closing remarks. This was it's a huge lift, and I know that a lot of our community feels that it hasn't been as transparent as they would like it to be, and I think we can always look back and see where we could have communicated differently or more clearly. And I know that we've had a lot more community involvement recently, within the last month or so. But this has definitely been a priority of the district. As far as I can remember back in May. And so we kind of see these fruits of our labors as far as the health and safety standards go within our district really coming to fruition and about to be tested. So that is the next step. And again, I look forward to the superintendent's office hours tomorrow where I'm able to answer questions, and then very shortly within the next week or so being able to continue to share more information out.
Crystal, by any chance, given that we have, I know we have one Spanish speaking parent, but she represents so many families that aren't able to get on. Is it possible you can do one just in Spanish with a translator?
Sure. We could definitely do that.
I would like to see that happen.
We do have a translator, but we can definitely do a private event. Sure.
Yes.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, thank you. This was a great item. I would like to propose that we take a break before coming and finishing up the rest of our items.
Support that proposal.
Okay, let's go with 10 minutes. That'll bring us nice and straight up to 9 o'clock, and we'll all have clearer heads for continuing the rest of the evening's discussions.
Sounds good. Do we need a motion or we just do it?
With board agreement?
Sorry,
Okay.
say Alan, say the time again.
9.
9 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank
See you back at 9 o'clock. Okay, I see that our clans are regathering here. I'm gonna wait for our superintendent to join us here. Okay, welcome back, everybody. And let's see, we are going to come back now to agenda item 9, our student trustee comments. And have you prepared a few other thoughts for us?
So I don't think I have anything much more to say other than the fact that I do want to echo like what we said before, that I do think this is a great opportunity for us to not only see how hybrid learning can work, but to test the waters for next year. And I just want to share with the board that from the students who I've talked to so far across Menlo Atherton, some other schools who found out about this, the overwhelming majority of them are greatly excited by the opportunity to return to school. And many of them have a lot of questions about the details, but with all the meetings where I've talked to members of the Superintendent's Advisory Council that has students from every single school across the district, and just from talking to people at MA, it's clear that people really miss school, not only for seeing their teachers in person, but for the social aspect of seeing your friends every single day. And I think that's one thing that throughout the pandemic I've grown to miss, is how much of my social interaction came from seeing people in school, not only people who were my close friends, but also people I just say hi for, like when I walk by in the hall. And I do think that that might not be completely possible to remake in the remaining of the school year, but I am hopeful that a hybrid model can see some sort of return to normalcy. And one last thing, I just wanted to say that I do think from what I've read that the science is pretty clear that reopening schools will not cause a substantial risk of spreading the disease. And while it won't be completely risk-free, I do think that a hybrid model is well worth any small increase in COVID cases because of the toll that distance learning has taken on people, especially students' emotional well-being. But yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Comments from Sequoia District Teachers Association. Ms. Salvatore.
Hello. So I because you reshuffled the agenda, I did not participate in the last agenda item. But I did want to thank Trustee Sarver for speaking to the issue of the collective bargaining process and why it was that our members might have seemed to have more information than parents or other community members felt they did. It's something we've heard a number of times. We've had speakers at previous meetings accuse us of being ashamed of what we were proposing because we were doing it behind closed doors. And I won't take the time to lecture people on the collective bargaining process, but there's a lot of laws and rules involved there. And that make it the way it is. And sometimes it works more smoothly than others. And this, while I am proud of the agreement that we reached, has not been a smooth experience, to say the least. We heard from parents tonight who reiterated it's about choice. And that's true for families and for students. It's not about choice for employees. Employees don't have a choice. They may, if they have medical needs, be able to get accommodations. And the district has been very supportive in saying they will work with employees who have other needs and hardships. But if an employee simply doesn't feel that it's safe, they don't have the option that a student's family has of saying, I'm going to opt to stay remote. And I'm sure there are a variety of opinions about why that is. Over the last few months, I've received quite a number of emails from people in the community, people who've called me terrible names and accused me of having no care for students, who've called me and my colleagues lazy and selfish. And to those people, we're the help, and we don't deserve that choice of safety for our children and our family members. To that group of people, we will always be seen that way. This pandemic has just brought it out. I want to recognize that there are inequities in our district that we must address, that this agreement doesn't address, but that we don't have, as the teachers union, control over. I want to recognize that the district has done more than many districts, comparable and not comparable, to prepare the physical sites to be as safe as possible when we go back to work. We would not have this agreement if we were not confident that the district had done the work on ventilation, was doing the work on acquiring PPE, was doing the work on having sanitization and disinfection supplies, and that our members would be supported in staying as healthy and as safe on campus as they possibly can be in the middle of a pandemic. That wasn't the case in the summer and in the fall, when parents were being promised that their students would be back on campus in any number of hybrid situations, and no work had been done. And I hope that people take note that it has taken this long, not because the district hasn't cared, but because there was that much work to do, and that we were not able to come to an agreement until we were confident that that work was done. I've had the opportunity a few times to speak where members of the community have jumped on mistakes I've made or have manipulated my words to fit their narrative. We've heard people accuse student speakers of being coached or staff of being scripted. It's going to be difficult to come out of this continuing to work together. We are committed to trying to do that. We are committed to doing what's best for our students. But your teachers have been beaten up over this. As Trustee Sarver said, the discourse has gotten ugly. And there have been times that you as board members and district representatives have been the object of that ire. And there have been many times that that has been directed at teachers and other staff members. So I'm going to use me, if you'll indulge me for a moment, as the example. Less than 2 weeks ago, I had knee surgery. I'm technically on medical leave, full medical leave. And yet my school was not able to find a qualified substitute to teach my classes. So I volunteered, against the advice of my union, no doubt. I volunteered to continue to lesson plan my classes, to continue to communicate by email with my students who have questions, to continue to create assessments and to grade their work and give them feedback. Because I don't want them to fall behind just because my body physically has to recover. I'm also the president of the union. I'm on full medical leave, but I spent 8 hours over the last 2 days in bargaining Zoom meetings, rearranging pillows and ice packs so that we could come to this agreement. The teachers, counselors, psychologists, program specialists, everyone else, librarians, all the special categories I'm not thinking of, the support staff, the classified staff, the administrators who've been on campus, everyone on this call have not been lazy in this process. There has not been a lack of urgency. There are incredible, complicated situations that we have had to thread through so that, as Trustee Stevenson said, we don't have blood on our hands, so that we are not giving families an option to bring their students back into an unhealthy environment. So I am hopeful that numbers continue to increase, that my colleagues can all be immunized, that we can get those immunizations more to the people who need them, that we can continue to talk, as the superintendent has committed to, with public health and elected officials about what we can do to support our communities of most need. But I also need to stand up for my members and our teachers and certificated staff. We are tired of being the punching bag for people's frustration over this pandemic. And it's time for us to come together, work together, and focus on what we need to do to get the best for students. Thank you.
Thank you. And to speak on behalf of AFSCME, Ms. Horton.
Good evening. These have definitely been difficult conversations. And I know that some have used the words of, when we listen, we can listen with different perspectives or different goals in mind. So depending on your individual circumstance, you're going to listen and hear what you want to hear. So with that said and out the way, in the, with keeping my ear to the nation's news, I see that 5 counties have, in our neighboring area, have moved from the purple to the red tier this week, which is great. We're all keeping an eye on progress with this virus. Then we learned that San Mateo and Santa Clara counties begin vaccinating. Another thumbs up, right? We're going in the right direction despite the different variants coming in our direction. But the data still shows vaccination equity disparities. So that continues to be apparent. And how do we deal with that? How do we help our less resourced communities is the big question. And that was a long discourse earlier this evening. Now moving into our more local news within our district, I want to congratulate SDTA and the district with reaching agreeable terms. Again, very difficult conversations. It's not easy during these times. AFSCME, we've been getting questions from our members and we've been answering them individually, but we felt the need to put out an update. So we prepared an update for all of our classified staff to keep them, letting them know that we are working for them and just to be patient, that we're not sitting around doing nothing. And that update included work that we're doing with the Joint Benefits Committee. I wasn't there tonight or this afternoon for conflicting priorities, but I understand that a survey was drafted today. So thank you, committee, for doing the work that needs to be done to move all of us forward. And negotiations for AFSCME. I know that we requested to reopen our MOU. We do have MOUs that we've shared with our members on that we have already come to agreement with COVID impacts and returning with student cohorts. So that is in place. And if anything else needs to be done and talked about, I'm sure we'll catch up with Jacqueline soon enough. And then just one final piece on legislation. I'm thankful that legislation allows each district to decide on how to meet the needs of its community, its families and faculty. So again, just appreciate the work that has been done in meeting the needs of everyone. I know the word choice has brought a lot of different, both sides of the table views, and we've heard them. I don't have to repeat them, but giving us, you know, the district giving us the consideration of both meeting the needs of faculty and meeting the needs of staff is something that is definitely appreciated during these times. And my final point is I want to thank you all for being considerate of everyone's time, that these meetings no longer go through midnight and beyond. So thumbs up.
Thank you for that. Okay. And with that, we go on to public comment. And this period is for speakers wishing to address the board on matters not on the agenda. So if there are any comments to be made on that, please raise your blue Zoom hands, and we'll go through and see if we have enough speakers that we need to worry about adjusting the time. And I'm not seeing hands popping up, which I don't find entirely surprising. So I'll, and there is one. All right, so with that, we'll just begin with that one, and we'll go ahead and hear the comment. Abigail Corman, let us know your comment about something that is not on the agenda.
I'd just like to echo that question board member Stevenson brought up around what can we look into, what mental health supports will look like moving forward for our students, since we heard that that was such an issue for both sides of the folks who shared today. And again, I'm going to echo what I said previously. I'm hoping to see the report from superintendent on board docs. I know that that only takes a couple of seconds, and it's still not there. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kodal?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Claudel, and I'm a math and avid teacher at Menlo Atherton High School. I have a letter to read you. Dear members of the board, we are writing to you regarding the hiring of our new superintendent and to call for more inclusive hiring practices across the district. As members of the Educators Advocating for Social Equity (EASE) committee at Menlo Atherton High School, we want to share our ideas and enthusiasm for this opportunity to demonstrate our strong commitment to working with all families in this district on behalf of inclusion and equity. To make meaningful change, we'll need a leader who has tested and consistent experience bringing community members together and empowering the voices of students and staff members who have been systematically marginalized in educational systems. Our EASE group is involved with examining and refining our recruitment and hiring practices. We realize that if we hope to hire more BIPOC administration, teachers, and staff, the process needs to be more inclusive as well. We are working with administrators to consider ways to involve students and families in this process in order to make sure that our staff has as wide a range of perspectives as the communities we serve. We encourage the board to adopt ways to bring more voices from our district into their hiring process as well. If our BIPOC community members are not at the table in this process, our future leader cannot hear about our current challenges and how our district needs to be improved. We also want to emphasize that representation matters. For far too long, we have had a teaching and leadership staff that does not mirror our student population. When our students and families see this lack of representation, BIPOC families and stakeholders can feel and are often unheard. When we are able to hire, retain, and support teachers from the communities we serve, we will move in a more inclusive direction that benefits our students. Doing so requires more concerted and strategic efforts on behalf of district leadership to make sure that BIPOC voices are brought to site and district decision makers with sufficient regularity and emphasis. It also requires that our superintendent and board members recognize their part in correcting this misrepresentation. The district's Growing Our Own program is a fantastic start to this, but it is not enough. We need to actively seek BIPOC staff members and to support them in every way possible, financially, emotionally, and professionally. As you interview applicants, please consider asking them, what experience do you have including historically underrepresented staff, students, and family members in decision-making? How have you helped spearhead efforts to train teachers around anti-bias and anti-racist practices? Why do you think that topics like anti-bias, anti-racism, and trauma-informed instruction should be part of the district's ongoing professional development? What have you done to support BIPOC staff as professionals and to cultivate their leadership potential? How will you support BIPOC staff members in this district? What have you learned about leadership and upholding equitable student achievement during this COVID crisis? What have you done in your district to make hiring practices more inclusive? What do you know about what other districts across the country have done to make hiring practices more representative and retention rates more effective? We felt encouraged by board member Sarver's reading of Councilmember Lopez's letter at the last board meeting. Approving new courses like the Social Justice Elective and Multicultural Literature and Voice show us that you value inclusion and equity as well. This work requires endurance and long-term vision. We believe that our district is capable of this work, but sustaining it requires leadership from the top so that this work can be sustained at the site levels. Thank you for your support. Sincerely, members of Menlo Atherton's East Committee.
Thank you. And will you be able to make that letter available to us? Well, or please make that letter available to us. All right. Let me briefly speak on correspondence, our next item. I fully intended to prepare a correspondence summary for this evening, as I did in our last COVID update, with a lot of correspondence out there. And I have to admit that the pile just ended up being larger than the time I had allocated for it, and I ran out of time. I will finish compiling everything that is sitting in the inbox and submit it so that it can be attached to the record for the board meeting. All right, with that, we will move on to our reversed information items, and hopefully we will get some high quality reverse information. And so with that, let us begin with our report on first semester grades. And for that, we turn to Assistant Superintendent Bonnie Hanson.
Thank you, Trustee Sarver. You are sure to get some quality information on the first half of that flip, because Dr. Diana Wilmot is going to go before me to talk about first semester grades. And she has attached for you to see a very long presentation, but you will be happy to know that thanks to Rich Gann, and Carrie Dubois, you are going to hear the highlights and takeaways of the presentation. And then below that is all the various data dives that Dr. Wilmot did on our behalf. So I first want to say, before I turn this presentation over to Dr. Wilmot, that all that this is a snapshot of grades from first semester. Doesn't tell you anything about the first semester experiences other than how kids did grade-wise. So we want to acknowledge that while many students in our district stayed on UCA through G track and did not have any D's or F's, we also want to acknowledge that that's just one little piece of the picture, and that, as Trustee Stevenson has alluded to, about all the mental health needs out there, and as each of you have talked about taking care of kids as they come back to campuses, we're well aware that this was a traumatic time for every kid in our district. So we say that with respect to that sad reality, and I turn it over to Dr. Wilmot to talk about the grades.
Hello. How is everyone doing tonight? Nice to
Very well
see you
so far.
all. I am sharing my screen, obviously. And yeah, as Bonnie spoke about, we really wanted to address the big questions. Generally, how did our students do academically in the first semester? Try to identify if some students are struggling more than others. Are we looking at students who are on track to meet the minimum credit requirements? And really consider that academic cohort that we worked so hard to put together to give students extra support, see if it helped our students who were struggling academically as they were identified for that program. So I'm going to walk us through pretty quickly. It is an executive summary, and there is an extended, lots of more data in there that we could look at later, but I just wanted to address these big questions. So on average, students do appear to be performing a little less than last year on GPA. The difference is statistically significant when comparing students overall. And when you look grade by grade, 9th, 11th, and 12th graders are statistically significantly lower than last year at this time. Looking at just our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, there appears to be a more significant impact on freshmen if you look at last year's freshmen compared to this year's freshmen, there is a statistically significant difference there. And they are particularly hard hit, I think, by not being on campus and being physically present with their teacher. In addition, students who are LEP, limited English proficient, also known as English learners, also show a statistically significant difference from last year to this year. And in particular, I want to point out seniors who are limited English proficient appear to be faring far worse than seniors last year at this time. When we look at the percent of students with D's and F's at Q2, also known as first semester, I didn't see much of a difference of those students who are at 0 D's and F's, 68%, 67%. But what was more striking were the number of kids who had 4 or more D's and F's. Generally, if you look, 2/3 of the kids are doing fine. There's no D's and F's. And that's a really good sign, as Bonnie said, that they're on path towards meeting A through G requirements. And the kids who, for compared to last year, we have 14% for 4 or more D's and F's compared to this past year. That is where where we're going to address the thoughts and the next steps of what to do and to make sure that kids are meeting credit requirements and heading towards graduation and A through G. So with that, meeting minimum credit requirements, what we did is we looked at the number of students who are on track at the end of semester 1 in 9th grade, meaning that they have completed 30 credits, sophomores 90 credits, juniors 150 credits, and seniors 205 credits. So this shows us that 3/4 of the students in 9th, 10th, and 11th grade are on track. 80%, almost 80% of the seniors are on track, and the others are not. When we broke it down, we wanted to break it down a little bit more discreetly to specifically look at these kids who are not on track. How far off are they? Is this something we can make up with summer school or credit recovery? So we broke that down by looking at the percentage of freshmen that are 10 or less credits away. So we have 253 freshmen who are 10 or less credits away, could make that up with summer school. Similarly, sophomores, 172, 155, 132. You could see that the credit recovery needs are stronger as the older that they get, whereas the younger students may have a better chance of making it up with some summer school or an additional course more quickly. This does not include Redwood students, just for your point of matter. Because they have different credit requirements, that's why I left them out of this particular graph note here. All right, so the academic cohort analysis, I wanted to look at students specifically who had enough time before the end of the quarter. So we looked at the kids who started in October and November more specifically, they would have some chance of having growth, making a difference for the end of the first semester. And the data team, the board pushed on me, which I think is good, to think about, well, what about kids who are not in the cohort? What if they didn't have it? Could we do a control group analysis? And so what I wanted to do is, identify what were the demographics of the students who we did invite to the cohort. And you could see that they were struggling academically, with an average GPA of 1.26. They had between 3 and 4 D's and F's on their first quarter report card. There were showing up about 75% of their classes, had about 9 average all-day absences. So there were students who were already struggling. And so what I try to do is find a control group to mirror that group who who did not have the benefit of coming to the academic cohort. So it's not a perfect, treatment analysis, statistical study, but it gives us a proxy to identify and compare the students. So what I saw was that the students who were in the cohort, they improved from 1.26 to 1.47 GPA, and the kids who were not in the cohort, who started with a 1.28 GPA, also end up with a 1.49 GPA. There was no statistically significant difference in the gains. No, I'm sorry, there was a statistically significant in the gains of these two groups, but I couldn't attribute the cohort, the fact that the student was actually in the cohort, to the gain being a statistically significant difference. When more specifically, if you look at the difference here, one group went up 0.21, one group went up 0.22. So we couldn't say for sure that the cohort was what made the difference for the kids. That being said, I'm happy to see that they both did improve, that both groups improved. I think we need more time to really reflect on this. Again, they were only in the cohort for 3-4 weeks before the quarter ended. And we're not sure what would have happened if they didn't participate in the cohort. We just can't, statistically claim that this is for sure the reason why they did improve. So my final reflections, and then I'm going to pass the baton over to Bonnie to just kind of sum it up as we consider the implications of these findings, is that students are performing slightly lower than last year at this time. About two-thirds of our students have no D's and F's, which helps towards meeting A through G. 77% of students overall are meeting minimum requirements. We do identify students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, EL, or both, are struggling more academically than our students overall. And while there was improvement for the academic cohort, we cannot attribute the improvement to the academic cohort experience alone. We need more time to tell. In reflecting on all of this, I leave it to Bonnie to share what's next.
All right, thank you so much for that. So now what? One thing that we're doing is that right now students are being allowed to make up courses before the semester ends if they statistically cannot pass the class they're currently taking. That is not our usual policy because we really want for kids to absorb as much of the class as possible and to hang in there. And we don't want students just saying, forget it, I'll do it in credit recovery. But I'm grateful to SDTA for allowing us to do that in this time. So kids are not waiting all the way until the end of the semester. If a significant amount of time has already passed in the class and they're not passing it, they can start the credit recovery. And that's happening almost exclusively through Edgenuity. We're putting together a robust summer program. Superintendent Leach asked me one of my favorite questions, which was, if you could support every kid, what would you do? So the IVPs and I went and made a priority list of what we would do as far as summer offerings. And we are waiting with the rest of the state to see if we have the budgets to make those programs possible, but we are ready. with our cutoffs and priorities and numbers of students who meet each priority when we do. LCAP actions and services, goals 1, 3, and 5 all have got elements of how to support these kids baked into them. So as we develop our LCAP actions under those goals, we'll be putting in measures to help with that credit recovery. That's also going to happen in school plans. And then what we are always doing will continue with perpetual credit recovery interventions, such as the counselors of juniors and seniors doing the graduation and UC A through G rate check-ins, and then signing up students for classes that they need to meet those goals, credit recovery assistance, and then a multitude of support programs that help get kids over the line, be that AVID or Aspiration Advocates. That's it. We welcome your questions and comments.
Okay, this is an information item. So deep discussion is not required by the format of the presentation, but board questions and comment are welcome. And I'll go over to the panelists where all the hands are up. And I see Carrie's hand up first.
I just wanted to say thank you to Diana and to Bonnie, and especially to Rich, who I think is really helping us with some new ways of being clear as a board. So thank you all.
I do want to add with that, thank you, Carrie, that you and Rich met with Diana and myself about this data, and then you and Rich during midwinter break, and then you and Rich met with me again on Friday, and each of those meetings were an hour to an hour and a half long. We really appreciate the time. Special props to Rich, because he took the first of those meetings in his car while his family slept inside since they were visiting their daughter at Cal Poly.
Awesome. Safik.
Yeah, I'd also like to thank you guys for putting together this presentation. I had a couple of questions. The first one is there any way to compare how, not necessarily grades between like juniors this year and juniors last year, but how the same students are doing this time last year versus they are right now? Because I feel like that might be slightly more informative than just juniors this year versus last year.
Yes, we can, if, for example, let me see if I could give you a very quick, an easy way to look at it would be just to, so let's just go here, the average GPA. So this year's sophomores who are at like, let's say a 2.92, we're at a 2.8, we're at a, sorry, 3.0 last year in 1920 as freshmen. Right, you can, so this, I could have done the charts differently, but yes, this year's juniors who are at a 3.12 in Q2, last year we're at a 2.97 as sophomores. Do you see what I mean by that, Joe?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And I guess my last question was, I know this kind of wasn't included, but I would be curious to see, I know getting a C is still technically passing a class, but it's definitely not an ideal grade that we want for students to get. So even without an increase in D's or F's, have there been an increase in people who might have previously gotten like A's or B's getting C's in some of these classes?
I haven't been able to look at that. I mean, I can look at that more deeply if something the board wants me to follow up on. So the question is, let me just make sure I understand it. Are kids getting more, dropping from A's, B's to C's in courses that they would have otherwise gotten A's and B's in?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would just say maybe as a proxy, the total GPAs didn't change that much, and the D's and F's changed a little bit. So it'd be that it probably isn't a massive change just because the total overall GPA didn't change a lot, but we would have to look to know for sure.
Okay, Shanice, you've got your hand up.
Thank you so much for putting this together. I think it's a little bit more clear. Just to help me, because I'm tired, what is the raw number of the children who are getting D's and F's? I know you said 2/3, but my mind is like so slow right now. What is the raw number?
Of students passing. Yeah, passing. So
I think it was D's and F. You said 2/3 were D's and F's or something.
no. The opposite. 2/3 are pass, have no D's and F's.
Okay, no D's and F's.
Zero
Okay.
D's and F's.
So what's the percentage of kids who have D's and F's? Did I
So
read
then
that?
then there was like 8% have one D and F, and then there was, each
Okay.
line was the percentage of kids with one D and F, 2 D's and F's, 3 D's and F's, 4 D's. So of the 1/3 remaining, they
vary in different.
They vary, yeah. So
and that's about, what's the raw number of those kids? That's 1/3, right?
yeah, so 1/3 of, say, 9,200.
Yeah, it'd be about, it's a little over 3,000 kids got at least one D in or F in something.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. I was like so confused. Okay. So that's good to know, because I want to know what's going to happen to those kids. I heard a little bit of the plan. The other thing that I think there's a lot missing, and I already wrote Bonnie and you, and I just need to verbalize it, is that the data that is missing is, what does it look across race and ethnicity in high school? Because if we're going to go deeper, right, it's great that we have that percentage that's doing well, but often what is criticized with Sequoia Union High School District, from parents like myself or from former community members and historical perspective, is that we don't necessarily focus on the ones who are not doing well and drilling that down. And so just making sure we have that data moving forward in any of the data that we get. Thank you. That's all.
Sure. Edith, you had your hand up.
I actually just had a question for Diana on, I think it's slide 8, and it may just be me not reading it right. When it says 79.7% of seniors, and then the number who are 10 or fewer credits away, does that mean that there's 132 kids who are between 195 and 204 credits at that point?
Yes,
okay.
Exactly. They're 10 credits shy of 205.
Okay. Because I think, because it is the 30 per semester for the first 3 years, but you don't actually need the full 240 to graduate, the senior numbers threw me off.
Yeah, we were trying to decide whether or not to use something less than 210, which we went to 205 since they were only required to take 5 classes instead of 6. So, but yeah, you are correct. They're probably a lot closer than even that number suggests.
Okay, Chris.
I have a question for Bonnie that's kind of a simplistic bottom line on this. For the number of students right now, seniors who are deficit in their progress towards graduation, and you've got plans for recovery, how do you expect that's going to end up at year end in terms of the graduation rate for the district as compared to prior years? Or what's your expectation and goal for that?
Well, our goal for that is to end up as close to prior years as we possibly can. There's a lot of catch up that happens by the end of senior year. We've got a lot of students making up some extra classes right now. And then, as you know, from summer school graduation, we'll get another chunk that way. What that will look like compared to past years, to be honest with you, I'm not sure yet, but I am hopeful that a lot of those kids are going to cross the finish line.
And is that kind of prioritized?
Yes.
With the younger classes, we've got more time for recovery, essentially.
Correct. The top priority is seniors, and then the second top priority is freshmen, because data shows that if you are on track by the time you start sophomore year, your likelihood of graduating and going on to college are both much higher.
And the goal is to hit a standard of past years.
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
You betcha.
Okay. Before I jump in, I see that we do have a public comment on this. So let's include that. And we have E. Harrison with a hand up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yes, I have a question about the program for credit recovery. Are we to assume that your robust program for credit recovery will feature in-person instruction and intervention? Because the families of the 277 freshmen who are failing rather significantly, or perhaps the 373 sophomore students that are failing, can pretty much assure you that online instruction has not worked.
Am I allowed to answer that?
You're allowed to.
Okay. We are very much hoping to have in-person instruction as much as is possible. In other words, if I have got, yeah, I'll just leave it at that because it needs some more investigating. But I hear you about the value of in-person instruction.
All right. Did Shanice's hand go back up?
No, did it?
Okay. It's up currently. But
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. All right, then I'll chat a little bit. I saw a couple of things. I think the first thing that jumps out from that data is the word that just keeps coming back to me about the entire pandemic experience, which is exacerbate. We see that it is the groups that have struggled the most with academic achievement who have seen the biggest impact. And it is just another reflection that there is a clear equity side of academically our students who are in the greatest need of strong supports are most clearly struggling with the instructional model and supports that are available in the pandemic. And it is an argument on the side that equity really is going to be reflected by getting them back to school rather than keeping them out. So there continues to be nuance and balance in that question. The second thing that struck me as a clear trend across the data that we looked at is that every group that was measured is doing a little bit better in the second quarter, did it better in the second quarter than in the first quarter. And I can think of at least three obvious contributors to that, which is one, that virtually all of our students have gotten better at distance learning as they've muddled through it. Two, that our staff has gotten better at distance instruction as they have muddled through it. And three, that perhaps there has been some adjustment in grading to try and help students in that manner. Although I think that there is likely less of the third than each of the first two, I certainly don't have any ideas on how we would sort out the various components of what showed the improvement. But I think it is worth noting that improvement is there, and there is some indication that as teachers and students, we have continued to get better working an agreed less than optimum system. So I think, part of what I feel from this presentation is that although we really know how much the social emotional impacts have been building and building, that the academic impacts have been significant, but there is a lot of mitigation going on out there, and we keep working on improving the model. And so I think that with all of the things we've been doing, bringing more students online, providing more equipment out in the community, improving the bandwidth, continuing to build up our instructional expertise in this new model. The whole thing has been an exercise in continuous improvement. Again, of an admittedly imperfect emulation of in-person instruction, but again, a meaningful effort of continuous improvement and getting better at it. And it is certainly better to see improving outcomes than declining outcomes over the course of the year. That continues to bring a little bit of hope that we're continuing to show success at getting a bit better at what we're trying to do. So for all of that, I do appreciate it. Thank you for a very good presentation.
Thank you.
And with that, I think we're ready to flip to our LCAP community input. And Bonnie, it's still your show.
It is my turn again. All right, I'm going to share my screen with all of you.
Bonnie, can I do something wrong and just make one comment quickly?
Go ahead.
Hi, thank you, President Sarver. I just wanted to say thank you so much for your comments. And we've seen the absolute positive effect of bringing kids back to school in hubs. And it's been positive. It's been amazing. And all of your comments, I felt right now, I'm going, oh my gosh, everything we're doing is right. And I thank you because it's been so positive. And I'm looking forward to bringing back more students to the school. But I welcome you all again. And I know that Miss Stevenson has come to visit Tide, but you're all are welcomed anytime. But the hubs have been paramount to changing the lives of our most at-risk youth at the minimum. And wasn't supposed to speak, and I got caught up in another presentation of a shared screen. So I'm going to get out of here, Bonnie. Kick me out.
No need, no need.
How do you kick me out? I'm in the wrong screen. I don't even have a focus. I can't even see President Sarver.
Okay, so can y'all see my screen? Okay, so welcome to the Sequoia Union High School District Community Engagement Findings for 21-22. This has been quite a feat because the state just decided what was going to be included in this year's LCAP in January and said, go forth and make it happen. And it's more than we've done in the past, and we're being asked to do it in half the time. So I'm really, really grateful to all the people who completed the surveys and to the folks who participated in the community engagement nights. Surveys are usually open for 2 weeks. This time they were open for a month. This time they're open for 2 weeks. And the community engagement nights, we usually do them on 6 separate nights. They all happened in one evening. I'm grateful to the sites who once again worked so hard to invite a mix of their communities so that it would be demographically representative, and for keeping them to a size where we could have good conversation, but getting enough voices for it to be telling. So here I go. Here's the question. What information do we need from stakeholders to design actions that will meet our board/LCAP goals? So when we designed the questions for these evenings, we asked for each of the groups a question that we thought would help get us at the information that we need, 1 question per goal. You're very familiar with your board goals, and you'll see them again later. We had 250 plus people at the community engagement nights. We had 4,254 students complete surveys. a big old record of 3,829 parents complete the surveys. 3,402 of those surveys were completed in English and 427 in Spanish. And then for the staff surveys, we had 421 certificated staff and 161 classified staff complete the surveys. And the effort in getting survey completion was done by a lot of folks. The parent survey was in English and in Spanish. There were 3 emails, there were 3 text messages, there were parent coordinator contacts. And for the last 36 hours that the survey was open, there was a survey support hotline. So many thanks to all the folks who helped with that. As Trustee Stevenson pointed out, we're still always looking to get more, and you're going to see a disparity in the community responses between our different groups when we get to that part of the presentation. Before I move on, I want to point something out. When you look at the staff surveys and when you look at the student surveys, those are apples for apples. One staff member completes a survey for each staff member. Same with students. They only get one opportunity to complete that survey because it's recording their Gmail address as they do it. Although we do not collect Gmails, we do not care who said what. We just want the overall picture. But when it comes to parent surveys, it's a little bit different. So in our district, we have got about 8,200 households, but each of those primary households, each of those households can have multiple parents completing the survey. So when you see that 3,829 families completed the survey or parents, that could be 2 parents from a lot of different households. You also, on the other direction, have to keep in mind that some of the parents are completing surveys for multiple children. So I could be one parent completing a survey for all 4 of my kids who attend school in the Sequoia Union High School District. So with the parent surveys, you have to keep that in mind when you're looking at the input that we got. This does not mean that of the 9,000 plus students in the district that we got responses from 3,829 of their parents. It does mean that of the 9,000 plus students in the district, of the students, we got 4,254 responses. So moving right along, if you look at what school did the parents who filled out the survey, do their kids attend? You have got the numbers in front of you, and those numbers follow without exception the number of students who attend that school, except that Tide got a higher percentile of students completing than some of the other smaller schools did. And then for this one, I kept the surveys separate, the responses, because I thought it mattered. Everything else on all the other parent surveys, the responses are combined. The English and the Spanish are together, results. But I kept it separate because you see that the number of surveys per site changes drastically as far as how many are completed percentile-wise at each site. But this does mirror exactly the percentage of families who speak a language other than English in our district. So MA has the most families who speak another language at home, and they had the most families complete their surveys, Sequoia second most, et.cetera. And then for students, which school do you attend? Again, you'll see that it's pretty much follows the pattern of how big our schools are. So the largest number of students go to Carlmont, and they make up 29.7% of the survey completers. Second largest is Menlo Atherton, 27.3%, et cetera. And then for staff, you get a little bit of a switch because Menlo Atherton certificated staff, they love themselves some survey. So they completed more surveys than Carlmont did, but pretty much everyone else falls along the same size lines. What year is your student in school? I'm sorry, some of these are blurry. If it's blurry, then I gave you clear font at the bottom. And you can see that for parents, you were most likely to complete the survey if you had a 9th grader or at least one 9th grader, and least likely if you had a 12th grader. And then for students, the 10th graders beat out the freshmen by just a little bit. And the percentiles vary from 26.2% at the high end with the sophomores to 23.3% of students with the seniors, but they're pretty close. They're all pretty close to a quarter. And then I think this is a really interesting survey, or a really interesting slide. So this slide shows you the orange bar is the percent of Sequoia Union households who live in that district. So for instance, if you look at 94025 Menlo Park, the second set of bars from the left, you can see that only about 15% of the students in our district live in that zip code. But of the parents who live in that zip code who could have possibly filled out the survey, you can see that about 76% of households completed the survey. Again, it's a little bit skewed because you could have had more than one parent in a household complete the survey, but you get the gist. And I think that what matters here is that if you look at Redwood City, the zip codes that are only Redwood City, we had about 35% completion. And then if you look at East Palo Alto, we had about 25% completion. So those are the two communities from which we got the least input. The communities from which we got the highest percentile of parent completing were Menlo Park, Portola Valley, Woodside, Emerald Hills, and good old San Mateo. There's like 44 families or households in San Mateo, but boy, did they take that survey. And then other is anybody who had 3 or fewer people living in their zip code. And that's another like about 40 families in the district. Survey findings, the good stuff. I'm going to jump to actually the question that had to do with the last board goal. So the last board goal for the LCAP is the district will offer in-person instruction to students who wish to return as soon as possible, building on innovative practices developed during distance learning. So we surveyed, how soon would your student come back? Again, I'm starting with this one because I think this slide and the next slide are the ones that the most people in the audience will care about. And Rich and Carrie encouraged me that actually it was their idea, and I'm glad that they said it. So if you look at this, you'll see that right now, 26.8% of the parents who responded want their kids back now. So the county says they can't come back now. Well, in purple, so I guess today they can come back. Couldn't come back until today, but 26.8% would do it now. Another 7.5% would have their students return in red. Another 11.1 in orange, 14.1 of students would return in yellow, 16.3% are undecided, and 24.2% said they're not returning this school year. That's a combination of we're not returning until our family's fully vaccinated, or we're not returning until all teachers are vaccinated, or just we'll see you in the fall. So as you can see, and again, I know that I keep saying this, but this is only the parents who completed the survey. You can see that of that group, about a quarter of them say they're not coming back to school this year. And about 16% of them say that they are undecided. I think that matters. If this is statistically how all of our families feel, right now, if all of the undecideds and everyone below them decided to come back, we'd have about 70% of our students returning to school by the time we hit yellow. When we hit yellow, your guess is as good as mine. Students were more conservative than their parents about when they wanted to return to school. Of course, there were also a lot more of them who were undecided. So as you can see, 15.8% of them would return in purple, 3.5 in red, 9.3 in orange, 16.8 in yellow, but this is a much bigger unknown. 28.5% are undecided, but pretty close in responses to the parents. About a quarter of them said that they are not returning this school year. This is a more telling slide because it's about half the student body. Although I do have to say that we had a survey glitch. And so about the first 150 kids who filled out the survey didn't get to answer this question. So, but it's still pretty close to 45% of our student body that's represented on this 0 to 100 graph of when they would return. Subjects that are hardest in school, it was the same for parents as it was for students, or to do in distance learning, math, science, and English. So that may tell us something about where we are going to really need to especially beef up our enrichment and our credit recovery opportunities. And then for staff, we said, what do you most need to help students recover from learning loss? And by a long shot, it was time to collaborate. There was about 18.5% of those survey takers, and certificated and classified are combined, who responded to this question, who said that they hadn't seen a learning loss with their students. 17% said they needed professional development, and another 13% said that they wanted results from assessments, like the interim comprehensive assessments that we've done.
Bonnie, are you moving the slide or is it just me?
I'm moving the slide.
Yeah, the screen share isn't moving.
Okay, maybe that's it. Okay, thanks.
Okay, right now I'm on number 2. What are the main contributors to student success? Are you guys there?
No, we're still on
Oh,
students
we're still number
return.
5.
Yeah.
Okay. Rick, I sent you this survey, or I sent you this as an email earlier today, just in case this happened. I sent it to you actually after the board meeting had started, when I was worrying about what could possibly go wrong. Can you go to your email and pull up this document and share it? Did you hear that, Rick?
Bonnie, if you like, you can email it to me really quickly.
Can you just tell me which one it is again, the LCAP? I have like.
LCAP 2021-22 community engagement findings.
Got it. What
Great.
slide
And
number?
if you could open it, share your screen, I'll stop sharing mine, and put us on slide 17.
And for entertainment, while that transition is happening, I need to conduct a little quick bit of bookkeeping. We cannot continue meetings beyond 10 p.m. unless the board specifically authorizes that. Is anybody interested in making a motion to continue?
Sure, so moved.
A second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, we can keep going then.
Okay, Rick, thank you for rescuing me. So then if you look at what are the main contributors to student success in school, and I feel really badly about this one. So this item got written, and I looked it over after someone wrote it, and I did not catch that we had missed a really important category of what leads to student success. And I'd already sent out the parent survey, and I'd already sent out the staff survey without including teachers. It was implied in several of the possible answers, but it never specifically said teachers. And my mother, who retired from being a classroom teacher about 6 years ago, I'm just not going to be able to tell her because I might not get invited to Thanksgiving. So my huge apologies for that massive oversight on my part. So when I said, what are the results? I gave the top 4 results for parents and for staff, but I gave an extra result for students just because they had an extra category that they could have chosen. So as you can see underneath, you can read it. Parents, challenging courses, sports, and a safe environment in that order were the most important to parents. Students, friends, and very close to friends, Bonnie Hansen, was teacher, 67.7%. A safe environment, sports, and then challenging courses. And then if you look at staff, safe environment, friends, challenging courses, and academic tutoring was the breakdown. I, by the way, am going to give you the ahas from this when I'm done, if you feel like I'm speeding through it. Next slide, please. Okay, that I think contribute. Oh, support needed. This is the question that has to do with mental health and keeping our kids healthy in many different areas. So what support students I most need supports in the following areas, and you can see what each group prioritized. And I'll talk about this a little bit more when we get to the findings, but I think what's interesting here is that so far people have been fairly in lockstep, but the students do not agree with their families about what the students need for supports. So you'll see that belonging does not show up amongst the students, and you will see that the largest chunk of them chose none of the above. I don't know, and I mean this with full respect, how much of that is a no, it's okay, I'm fine, and how much of that is just a difference in what they see as needing. So moving on to the next slide, please. So then this next one is about board goal 4, about shoring up our small schools. And if you look at the small school awareness, you can see, and you could choose all that apply, so you didn't have to choose any of them. And this is where our families were, our students and staff, on how much they knew about the different school offerings. Next slide, please. So here are some takeaways from the survey. Participation was not representative across zip codes. Parents and students agreed on what courses were the hardest to do well in remotely. Staff overwhelmingly asked for collaboration time as a greatest area of support to help students overcome learning loss. Parents and students prioritized sports as a contributor to student success above safe environment and academic tutoring, but staff did not. I already said that the most common answer from students in the area of wellness supports needed was none of the above. Next slide, please. And then continued, parents and staff prioritized belonging, social connection as a support needed for students, but students did not prioritize it. Half of our stakeholders could not describe our small school offerings. Students were more conservative than their parents about when they would feel safe returning to school, although a bigger chunk of them said they were undecided. 15% of parents, and I just said that, and 25% of students who completed the survey are undecided about when they feel safe returning to school. And finally, students list teachers and friends as the 2 most important components for their academic success. Moving on to the community engagement nights. So what we did was sites decided which of the 5 goals they felt like they most needed input on, because this will also go into the writing of the school plans. And so of the sites that chose to look at goal 1, an awful lot of the responses that people gave fit into a specific category, and most of them also fit into the district goal of strengthening quality instruction by improving engagement, rigor, and prep for college, career, adult, and civic responsibilities for all students. So I decided, instead of trying to piecemeal where they go, I gave myself the grace to just say an awful lot of what our families want from us and our students and our staff members fall under strengthening quality and instruction for students and helping them to become amazing adults. Next slide. The second goal is the district recognizes that equity is behavior, and we believe in meeting the needs of individual students. So we commit to identifying and designing systems to allow all students to succeed by overcoming institutional and instructional practices that perpetuate inequalities in student outcomes. If you're ready to reach through the screen and wring my neck because it's 10:14 at night and I'm reading a slide out loud, this is the first time I believe that these goals have been stated in a meeting. So I'm going to do it anyways, but all my other comments will be shorter. So parents, students, and staff, this was across sites, felt that it was imperative that we continue to provide one-to-one electronic devices and hotspots to all of our students. That, by the way, comes up again, and I thought this was really interesting. It was pointed out in particular by the Spanish-speaking focus group at Menlo Atherton High School that it was also an equity measure for parents because people who did not have reliable devices to check their students' grades and attendance and to email the teacher, now all of a sudden they could take their kid's laptop and do just that. Parents, students, and staff all hoped that support cohorts for academics would continue and increase. And then Redwood High School's community would like to have a UC A through G pathway available to the students at their site. Next slide. The district will ensure the well-being of students, and students will receive appropriate academic, behavioral, and socio-emotional supports, including full implementation of multi-tiered systems of support at all sites in the district. Takeaways from the community engagement nights. All 3 groups across the sites that addressed Goal 3 stressed the importance of positive staff-student relationships. All 3 groups believe that social and emotional support and community building were especially important right now. And that was interesting because the community building didn't surface in the student surveys, but it did surface in the student conversations at the community engagement nights. Mental health support is seen as an important piece of wellness. Access to grief counseling for students due to the toll of COVID is a desire of parents and staff. Smaller class sizes are seen as a way to provide more connectedness and support. And while school is remote, more socially distanced community building opportunities are needed. Next slide. You're doing great, Rick. Thank you. The district will support and promote successful student outcomes at the district's small schools and alternative schools. Understandably, all 3 of our small schools took on this goal. Tide Community believes our school would be enhanced by the additions of a school psychologist / designated therapist, more on-campus activities, and after-school tutoring. To increase parent and community involvement, staff, students, and parents recommend, and this is at EPA, setting new expectations and opportunities for involvement, sharing examples of EPAA parent and community contributions, ways to get involved contract that outlines mandatory meetings versus nice to have you events. And then at Redwood, in addition to a UCA through G pathway, they discussed how do we help students meet the college and career indicator? How do we set up pre-apprenticeship programs? And what are unique course offerings that we can offer in a small school that meet college entry requirements? Next. And if that's not enough input for you, oh, sorry, thank you, Rick. Finally, and this was the one that was tackled by more schools than any other topic, any other goal. The district will offer in-person instruction to students who wish to return as soon as possible, building on innovative practices developed during distance learning. So to successfully return to campus, sites felt that we needed social activities such as campus scavenger hunts, speed friending event, club rush, swivel cameras so that when kids are doing concurrent instruction and it's a time for them to be at home or their families have chosen for them to remain full-time distance learning, teachers can provide a more dynamic experience if they don't have to stay in front of the laptop. 9th grade reorientations and senior closure events. And then I think this is my favorite part of the whole night. This is COVID lemonade to me. Innovative practices developed during distance learning that stakeholders would like the district to continue include office hours. That was so popular. So many parents and students said, keep the office hours. They're really valuable. So props to all of the teachers who have made themselves so available to kids that was a top ask. Flexibility and assignment due dates, online meetings, webinars. And by the way, I do want you to know that several parents and staff members said we should always do the community engagement nights on Zoom. Electronic devices for each student so staff can continue using an array of engaging tech tools. And then what I referenced a few slides ago, easier communication with staff or parents who did not previously have the technology that they do now. And now we're to the last slide, which tells you the future LCAP input opportunities that will be happening between now and when we hope that you approve the LCAP at the end of June. Questions, comments? I think you've got one attendee comment, Alan.
Okay. Yeah, let me put up my participants again. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we got an attendee put their hand up first. So let's take that comment, and the trustees can marshal their thoughts.
Hi, so I already spoke, but my name is SUHSD, and I just wanted to ask the district and then any other teachers that are still in the Zoom room. I think something that we really need to work on as a community is making mental health resources more available. And I know it's kind of there if you go looking for it, like if you look on the school website and all that. But I mean, when students are having a mental health crisis, they aren't really looking for help. And so I think, I mean, they aren't really like going out of their way to like Google, you know, Menlo Atherton High School mental health. And so I think what we need to do is we need to have our teachers, and also just as a community, we really, because we always say we care about mental health, but we never share those resources that we have or really make it a big deal or a priority as our school and our district. And we need to start doing that more to protect students' well-being and just to you know, give links to office hours appointments with Star Vista and all of that. We need to make that more accessible and available so students don't feel like they have to go looking for it, because I think one of the big issues is students a lot of times are embarrassed, and if they have to email someone, they won't do it. And that's not what we need right now, you know, during this time when teen suicide rates are skyrocketing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, while other trustees are struggling to get their hands raised, I want to begin with one comment quickly, directly to you, Bonnie. That last slide that laid out the schedule of things. I know that I had some interaction with you a little bit earlier on about holding the community input nights on a weeknight rather than a weekend night, and holding the surveys open long enough and everything else. And the changes you made to the schedule moved those dates later and closer to the board meeting, because you agreed that that was the way to get better community engagement and better information, even though it meant jamming up your schedule to work even more like crazy to prepare this presentation for the board. And I want to thank you for that kind of sacrifice on behalf of better community engagement and great board information, and taking on that more compressed workload to get that in front of us with such complete feedback. So thank you very, very much for that piece of work among everything else.
Thank you, Alan. I will say that this is not attached to the board docs yet, which it will be after this evening, after this meeting or tomorrow morning, because it is super hot off the press.
So thank you very much. Chris, go ahead.
I'm happy to second that commendation. It's well deserved. I wanted to comment. My colleague Carrie Dubois is frequently right in pointing to us that we sometimes lean too heavily on quantitative data. And the testimony that we get, I think, as a result of the parental and student input through the engagement nights is quite wonderful. It was a little more difficult for the board this year, and I think many of us, I went to 2, and I think many colleagues did that, but you can only really get the findings from 1. Well, I was glad to go I went to Redwood and Sequoia. And in Sequoia's case, I happened to be able to hear the reports back from the focus groups they did. That was invaluable because it captures a sense of that input that's really hard to get in the surveys. And the big takeaway for me, that experience at Sequoia, was it seemed like everyone there, Sean can correct me if I'm wrong, was very concerned about what the environment would be like at the schools when they return, and especially the social, emotional, supportive environment. And I looked at it very optimistically, and what I heard was a description of schools that sounded better than I think they were to begin with. And that will be very hard to incorporate, I think, at the planning process, but I think it's worth a try to get that input and work it into the plan. So well done. Thank you.
Shanice.
Phone. Hi, I'm on my phone, so I think I missed some things. My computer kicked me off. Oops, sorry. My computer's coming back on. Bonnie, I have a question. First of all, thank you for doing the survey and its quick turnaround. I really do appreciate that. But could you go back to, did you do goal 1? What did you say about equity? And I couldn't hear all of it. Something got cut off on my end. I apologize.
No worries. That was goal 2. Are you talking about the findings from equity?
Yes.
From the community engagement night?
Yes.
Okay.
And from
and
this,
I will,
did you do something on the survey around that question, or we did not do a question around the is it goal 1 or goal 2? It's around equity and.
yeah, we did your question.
But what was the results? I'm sorry, I missed some of it.
Okay.
I apologize.
No worries. Let me go. I mean, this might take me a minute.
Okay.
5. Nope, not that one. Okay, I started with 5 and then we did 1. So then 2 would have been next. Here's your question.
Okay.
What do you think? It's late. What do you think are the main contributors to student success in school? Please choose up to 3.
Okay. Okay. All righty. I thought it was quite interesting what, just as a parent, what I want, what my kid wants is 2 different things. And I'm not for sure who do we go by, because I'm always like, do what I tell you to do. So I want to figure out like how we're going to reconcile that with what our kids want and what our parents want, because they are vastly different. And what's important to them. So I thought that was quite interesting. And then still the numbers, I'm glad we did it by zip code this time and neighborhood and all that. I think that's the kind of information that's really important as to, I don't know where this goal goes, where this goes for like parent engagement workers, but like, I would like for us to dig deeper in that area moving forward, not for this survey or whatever, but just like what is that telling us about our community and what each different families need as far as communication, as far as engagement, the why, all those kinds of things. So I'd love to see some type of community engagement plan that comes out of this that directs us for the next year about like, oh, we have these routine things we need to do, and this is how we engage those communities so that we're not scrambling every year to get involvement.
And I would just say, Shanice got it for sure. And it would be helpful if you've got a list of data points that you'd like to see in every presentation like this. If you can share them with Rich and with Carrie, that would be great, so that we make sure we hit what has been missing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay. Sean, I'm guessing your hand went off to try and piggyback off of some of Trustee Thompson's comments.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, then surprise me.
You don't have to be adamant about that.
This is 10:30.
Yeah.
So I'm feeling a little bit. I'm feeling a little bit
tired,
loose. No, I'm completely awake right now. I've been drinking coffee all day. We're packing our house up to move tomorrow. So, but I wanted to just bring an idea to this table. I'm going to throw a pebble in the water, and there's no need to react, but let it ripple. We've talked about all the, whenever you do these surveys, you get enough people saying that something is a priority that you start to convince yourself that everything is a priority. But the themes that have emerged are definitely the need for a intentional socialization, a high degree of social emotional learning embedded into not just a sort of a standalone thing you do once a quarter, but embedded into the sort of weekly routine of the school. The need from staff, a strong need for more collaboration time. And so we see these things coming together, right? And the other topics in the meeting are related to this as well as we start planning for the future. And so I want to throw this out, not as a solution that's going to work for every community, for every school, but think in your minds about the again, COVID lemonade. What does it look like if we return to a more traditional schedule with a asynchronous Wednesday built in, right? So we've had this 4-day week. We've shown that academically the loss has not been necessarily attributable to fewer minutes of open your brain and dump in knowledge instruction. It's been, we can, I think, attribute a lot of the struggles that our students have demonstrated to other factors, and certainly exacerbated by the circumstances of the pandemic. I'm very interested in pursuing this idea of what happens if we have, schools have looked at flex time, an hour a week, 45 minutes twice a month. What if it's every Wednesday? Students are able to pursue a very degree of interest, interventions, reteaching, reassessing, more collaboration for students. This is potentially something that we could take from this era that could, I think, vastly address some of these needs. I'm not saying it's a for everybody, it's for every school, but certainly it's something that we're talking about a lot at ours, and I wanted to make sure that you guys have it in your punch bowl as well. So,
Sean, I think that I forgot to read off that line item, but that came across loud and clear from several sites. And what was interesting was students said it just as much as staff did, that they really appreciated that day to kind of catch up and, to relearn things that they weren't sure of before. So I think there's a lot to be said for that. And another thing that's been interesting is how much staff has talked about how this has forced them to choose what to teach more deeply, and which is where Common Core is taking us and what we know is best for kids in the long run. And that kind of structure, I think, again, supports that, where we're not asking teachers to do more outside of the school day, but we're being smart about something that is a win for students and for staff.
and something that one of the many, many smart people that I work with, way smarter than me, pointed out in a conversation I had about this topic a few weeks back was, if at this point, right, it's a turning point. If we do away with it, it ain't ever coming back. So it's part of the schedule now as we start thinking about moving ahead. If we don't, keep it, it's gone. So just throwing that out.
To me, this is very much a part of the conversation that we've been alluding to of coming back better, and that we want to be very mindful of the innovative things that we have tried that have been positive contributors and shape our future district with those things. So I personally would strongly welcome this being part of the conversation.
If I may, I just want to add that in industry, we found that it's very productive. Some of the best stuff, Google Translate, Google Maps, came out of this. And it's what they do in Norway, which we're all chasing, the Scandinavian developed countries. So thank you, Sean, for bringing that up, and amen.
Okay, Carrie.
Amika, you took what I was going to say. Sean's comment would make us a little bit more like Finland, my dream. You took away my talking point. But my comment, Bonnie, thank you for all your work. I went to the Redwood meeting and the Carmont meeting, and they were so well organized. I can't believe you could get all of the schools organized that way. And I
did what all leaders do, which is I asked the site principals to please run their evening. So I can take no credit for that.
Great. They were great. So my comment is, it's been my dream to, as we look at all of the data in the LCAP, to include Healthy Kids Survey. And remember, when we didn't do it for a couple of years, people in the broader community really complained. All the health people that look at data, because Sequoia's was missing, and they really believe that that's the best data that we could get related to student health. So I'm really hoping that we can reflect on it. We never have as a board in the 9 years that I've been here. And if that is the best data on health, and everybody's talking about mental health, I've always had so much interest in the substance abuse issue that we have with teens. I really would like to reflect on that data, and I'd like to do it, with the academic side of the house, right? The LCAP side of the house. So are we going to be able to do that?
Well, Jarrett's on this call. Jarrett, can you hear this? I'll speak for him and he can interrupt me if I say something wrong. So we have a meeting for the LCAP authors tomorrow, and goal 3 is all about the all around health of our students. So I'm sure that he'll end up using the Healthy Kids survey data for that. Maybe Jackie wants to add.
I can add real quick too.
Good.
Not just Healthy Kids survey, but with our SEL task force, one of the pieces that we are looking at is data. And we do have access to a social emotional learning specific survey. And the task force is examining how we can access that data, hopefully as soon as possible, and start to really, dig into at that level tied to the domains of social emotional learning.
Thanks, Jarrett.
Okay. I see one more hand up, which is Grace, and I just saw her get on the phone and then cut off her picture. So if Grace can join us quickly, be happy to hear from you.
Yes, thank you. Let's see, what was I going to say? Oh, there's so many things that that are floating in my mind, and one of those is this is so great that we were able to survey everyone and get all these results. It's really interesting to see the how where everyone spoke the loudest in that survey. And I would just like to get request a copy of the classified responses, just so that AFSCME has the time to review and refine, so that our organization or our union for our members, we can make a final recommendations for the LCAP. And then transmission, I don't want this meeting to end without speaking on that. Transmission kept coming up, and I know that the data is only as good as we input. And as long as we have people that are asymptomatic, it will, or a censored word, it will mess up our data, right? And so if we cannot control virus coming in and virus coming out, I know I have seen in our school sites, our cohorts have been, some of them have been shut down because transmission was there. So I know that there was a lot of talk about very little, very small, or almost to none. That's not true. Again, data is only as good as we input. And so again, asymptomatic cases are super, super important, but they're so hard to track and to keep a finger on. And so I just want to end my comment with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, not seeing other hands up, I'll throw in, I really do want to leverage off of what Sean put out there and the other things that we've talked about, that there is a lot of opportunity for learning and for bold transformation as we move forward, more so at this time than anywhere in the LCAP era. And the world is teaching us so much, and our staff is teaching us so much with the innovation that's going on. This is a really great and important opportunity to leverage all of the innovation and all of the thought, and to build out a school environment that is dramatically new and different and better, while also in the process of becoming a bit more familiar and comfortable. So I'm excited to have this step, this level of data in our hands, and there's a lot more positive work ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have had our discussion and we are on to action. And 14.1 is consideration of selection of CSBA assembly delegates. Crystal, would you walk us through that quickly?
Yes, I get to that item. So I believe it was back in December. We voted for Trustee Dubois to represent the CSBA Delegate Assembly election ballot. And this action item has us voting as her in addition to Gregory Land and Danya Lewin. I believe Gregory Land is from San Mateo Union High School District. He's also an incumbent. And there is a new individual, Dania is a new individual from South San Francisco Unified School District. So the board members are asked to complete the ballot by casting votes for no more than 3 candidates. And there are 3 candidates.
Well, having worked extensively with all 3 of these individuals on the SMCSBA Executive Committee for several years, I couldn't possibly have greater confidence in voting for all 3 of them than I do. And I would heartily recommend a vote in favor of all 3.
I agree.
Agreed.
Gary, do you have an opinion as someone on the ballot?
I agree on all 3.
Okay.
Sounds good to me. At least the other 2. I shouldn't talk about myself.
Okay, I've seen and heard what sounds like head nodding by all 5. So all in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Okay, it is unanimous that we approve that slate. All right. Approval of the Sequoia Consolidated, the CARS, Part 2. Bonnie and Diana.
This is Ms. Hanson.
Go ahead, Diana.
Okay, I am here. This is something we do each year, twice a year actually, approving the CARS application, one for Sequoia Union High School District, one for EPAA, where we specify our categorical monies and how we are spending it based on the number of students we have enrolled.
My sense is that this is a very regular item, and if we can have assurance that nothing is out of order, I would be happy to see it approved.
I see nodding, so I'll move to approve item 14.2.
And I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And assuming 14.3 is the same, I'll move to approve 14.3. But if there's something to discuss, I'm happy to have a discussion.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. That brings us to 14.4, approval of the comprehensive school safety plans.
Do we need discussion?
I don't think.
And Jarrett.
I mean, I can make a motion to approve 14.4.
And I will too. Unless Jarrett is sad and really wanted to present. Okay.
Can I just say one
course.
real quick?
Sure.
One quick point. That it really is just a matter of formality in having the board approve these yearly before March 1st as required by Ed Code. I do want to applaud the site work in getting this far because we do have an independent third-party auditor that does go through all of the provisions of education code, and we for the first time I think for the first time, we have 100% compliance in our comprehensive school safety plans across all sites. So a job well done to the sites.
Wow.
And they were a good read. They were, a combination of all of the required, far more than boilerplate, but standard full-blown procedure that was district-wide, with a very unique explanation of the quality and the character of the program at the individual site. And it really showed how the local autonomy and the local community were doing the essential job in unique ways. And they read well, and they were good to compare against each other, and I appreciated that. We have had a motion and a second from Rich and Carrie. So I think we can just say all those in favor.
Aye.
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 Okay. All right. That brings us down to item 15, Board of Trustees Superintendent's comments, committee reports, and agenda setting. Are there any items that anybody would like to throw on the table for this?
I would think by the discussion today, somehow mental health needs to be a future agenda or something. I know last time we discussed, I know I talked about it at last meeting, but given the LCAP information, it sounds like, there's more support around that.
I agree with that. And specifically related to the increased need as a result of return to school.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Maybe it's connected to budget when we're looking at budget.
Mm-hmm. When are we looking at budget, Rich? I'm sorry, I'm looking at the
I'll
calendar.
defer that question to Crystal.
Okay.
I still want to be cautious. I would rather have like a board where I figure out how to have a conversation about it, because I don't want to be top down. I don't want to spend money that's not going to be impactful. And I don't know how to, I know we need more, but I just feel, I don't want to just put it on the agenda and do it.
My concern, this is my,
can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't want to do top down like we've done before. So I just would like to, I don't know how to carve that in to have a meaningful conversation that fits with what the principals, I just really, it's from 9 years being on this board. I want to be sensitive to the needs of the sites and the principals' leadership. And I want to be sensitive to the work in progress. I know I said that last time. I'm completely in favor of better mental health systems and completely supportive, Shanice, of your pushing on this. I just want to do it right. So it's too late now to have a conversation.
I don't know what right is, but I feel like if we continue to delay until we figure out what the right is, we won't be able to discuss it. So that's just my perspective. I don't know. Jared is here. I know that he's over student services and all that stuff. I think if we put it on there, somebody will figure out how to discuss it. But I feel like if we don't, April 5th will be here. And if we don't have it on the calendar, and I'm not trying to do top down, I'm just trying to figure it out. I mean, maybe Annika has a good idea. I don't know. It's 10:48 at night and it's my third time bringing it up. And I'm pretty concerned that if we continue to kick the can until we have a perfect plan or a perfect way of doing this, we won't discuss it. So that's just me.
I'm wondering if Jared came on because they're doing the SEL meeting on Friday. And last board meeting, we talked about the SEL plan for return to school, which is part of the Castle resources that I had shared last time. So that's where it feels like it would fit.
Thank you, Annika.
So I think
Yeah,
what we can do is we can group at the next principals council, and then I'll talk to the principals about the supports, which we have already talked about a couple of times, but really how to execute them and what they actually see as the needs. Tie that in with SEL, and then I can circle back during agenda planning, and we can see. It is on our mind. We hear it loud and clear prior to the LCAP. We know it is a It is very much a growing need. And so I hear that the board would like a report and they need an action plan towards that. So if you could give me an opportunity to work with staff and see what that would look like, then I can circle back with the board.
All right, and I also,
Was Jared gonna, I'm sorry, Alan, was Jared gonna say something? I know he had a response or something. Did I miss it?
I was just going to add into Amika's point that yes, we have a perfectly timed SEL task force meeting scheduled for this Friday, where we're already trying to pivot some of the conversation around shorter term social emotional learning and what we can start to think about what that looks like as the idea of more students returning to campus. We kind of have great timing on the task force, so that we didn't start a while ago and then we have to turn around, kind of make a U-turn and come back. So it really is good timing, but we certainly need to circle more of the wagons.
Okay. Amika, your hand was up. Was that?
I just really wanted to thank the board for listening with such open minds and hearts. And unfortunately, Crystal and I didn't get to meet because I knew that our team is very tender right now. I almost feel like I need a budget for GoFundMe for my personal family. And I know Crystal and Bonnie have also contributed to some of the GoFundMe we've had in our community. I had 3 last week during the break. So please know that our staff is both fired up, impassioned, as you know. And I think I'm grateful that the last board meeting had our students and we were able to talk about the good work we do, because this boarding meeting was, hard for them. It is such a different world, I think, from what some of the other families experience. And to be on a staff where we've had colleagues who've only missed work because 3 had to go to the emergency room for someone in their family and 1 for a funeral. So when you're a small staff, it hits you so profoundly. And again, just the tenderness of where we are right now, we just need to know that, as I believe in my heart, we do work so much together for the benefit of what we know our sites believe is right for our community. So please know that we appreciate that you listen so well. And I do look forward to the work that we're going to do ahead, because I do trust that you are thinking that equity is about giving people what they need. And I just want to thank you for listening for that, and know that I have faith that we'll get there.
Thank you.
Annika, can you tell me, what do you mean by GoFund? Like GoFund for the families, GoFund for the staff, like
for funeral expenses. And sometimes the funeral expenses are so prohibitive. That's a question of, do we pay the rent or do we get the body from the morgue? And I don't mean to sound so brutal, but that was literally the problem for several families.
Okay. Next time, just give me a call, because I can help you guys figure that out. Okay, thank you.
Carrie,
Yeah, I'll try.
Follow up on that.
It's so late. I'll try to be fast. So there's some community members mad at me because I said there's conflicting data as far as the safety of high school. So when I glanced at my phone quickly, Carolyn Klinger, I think is her name, the doctor in our community, thinks that we really, really need to have one of those health panels in our community. And I have heard also that came up with teachers. Some teachers wanted it. And I wanted to throw out, should we have one of those health panels that other districts are doing? County Office of Education said that they were going to organize one. Anyway, a community member said I need to bring this up in agenda setting. So I am.
The community is having one. I'm sorry, the county is having one on vaccinations. I believe it's tomorrow. And I think they have a whole series of what they are doing with that as well. So we push that information out.
Okay. Can I make a comment about that? We did have some medical doctors. I'm also part of the San Mateo County Pediatric Advocacy Group.
doing work around social determinants of health of youth, the intersectionality of social needs and academics. And there are a group of pediatricians who are doing some work in the community around having just personal meetings, like an interactive meeting, like small groups with teachers or parents who just have questions, not necessarily a big PowerPoint. They just need to ask questions so that to get their own curiosities answered. There is a group of pediatricians that I just remembered this, who wrote a letter regarding some of their data, and they're willing to do that. So I just want to put that out there. I know STDA is not on here right now, but I want to put that out there that maybe we can tap into our community to really share that information with us, so that we can have an actual interaction with them versus just a webinar where people can ask questions. Yeah. I'll wait for my comment when you call me again.
No, why don't you continue on with your comment as well?
The other piece I wanted to mention is really around the mental health piece. I know Jared is here. I think we need to include the actual mental health specialist in whatever those discussions are. I think there was a question saying get it down to the principals, but just making sure our mental health specialists are part of the discussion and helping us figure out what that looks like. I trust that you all will do that, but I just wanted to mention it.
Okay. And my contribution is I'm looking forward to the office hours tomorrow. Just to confirm, if more than 2 board members are just attendees being flies on the wall, that's not a problem for us, is it?
You may all be attendees, because you can only communicate with me.
Uh-huh. And you get
Well, I mean, sure, you could communicate on your phone or something, but
yeah, we can
Meeting-wise,
always
you're
create a
okay.
violation any way we want, but
yes.
okay. With that, I think we've reached the end. Shanice, is your hand back up or just not down from last time?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Would you like a motion? I'll move to return to closed session.
Wow.
Second. Let's do it.
Okay.
I will do
All
it.
in favor of more closed session?
I'm gonna have a Zoom hangover tomorrow.
Hi. Thank you all for all.
I want to thank all of our staff members who have earned this huge Zoom hangover on top of a full workday.
I know. Yeah. And we experience what kids are experiencing, so it's good for us.
Okay, we will see some of you in closed session momentarily.
Come on, this is my 4th 10+ hour Zoom day.
Oh, that's not healthy.
Come on.
We only do it once a week.
Come on.
I'm sorry, President Sarver. President Sarver, is there going to be a report out tonight?
We have an action item we're considering, so there should be a report back out.
Okay.
Not everybody.
Bye.
So can this be essentially left available, or does it require you to be there to monitor?
Rick?
I don't think so, but I don't know if you're gonna call back John or what that.
Hold on. We still have attendees. Are we checking out and coming back in, or?
We're going to close session, but we are considering an action item that should be reported out in open session, even though it won't be very well populated.
Okay.
So I mean, I have the link. I can open it back up.
Okay.
Rick, will that work?
You have my password.
Can't I just click on the link because I'm a host?
I'll make you host.
But I'm going to exit out of here and I'm going to open my closed session link. So I'll be able to come back and log in through the webinar link in my email, correct?
And you're listed as host now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, that
Thank
off
you,
the
Rick.
closed
Thank you,
session.
everybody. Good night.
Good night.